That's to the spice of it. Well, it's a very good afternoon and welcome to the Masse Club in Pukekohe for the NZPA Predator New Zealand 10-ball tour. This is the Auckland Open. It is quarterfinals time. Looking forward to this one. It is Sheridan Big Bounce Burmester up against the gunslinger from Eindhoven, the great Marco Teuscher. Alongside of me, well, he is simply known as the Professor, such as his nous when it comes to Q Sports. His name is Jimmy Henry. Jimmy, a very good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mark. Thanks for that. Yeah, we got the young student versus the master.
What time is it, Jimmy?
It's showtime.
It is showtime indeed. And so they've just had the lag to see who breaks. It is the first of 6 frames to move through to the semi-finals in what has become a very desirable tour in association with NZPA and, of course, the Masse clubs around the Upper North Island. Special thanks to Predator. And everything here today is, well, it's all Predator, isn't it? From the cloth through to the balls, through to the cues these players are using. So it'll be Big Bounce Burmester who will break first and who want to get out to a good start. So unlike 9-ball, Jimmy, there are no flukes. You do need to call your shots. Sink the balls 1 through 10. Whoever sinks the 10-ball wins the frame.
Exactly, yep. You have to run them out. No flukes in this game. You can put the lowest ball onto the 10-ball and win the game. So as long as you... It's a call shot game, so as long as you call it, you win. Okay, so a dry break from Burmester. So that'll be not really the start he was hoping for, but just having a look at a spread across the table here. The interesting thing with 9-ball and 10-ball versus the more traditional 8-ball is the fact that there is not as much critical mass on the table. So my apologies. So he's still at the table. Yes, he got the 8-ball.
He got the 8-ball down, did he? So it is Burmester.
So he's nominated the 2, I think, or has he? Yeah, he did nominate the 2.
But he misses that first shot, and that'll bring Teuscher to the table. And what a player this young man is. Former US Open winner in 10-ball. Beat some of the very, very best in the world back in 2019. Ranked inside the top 30 on the planet. Looking for another big year. Yeah, he beat guys like Shane Van Bonen, Dennis Okolio. Yeah, he had a good run. Big run. Of course, you were there, Jimmy, to witness it. Definitely, yeah. It was one of the highlights of my pool career, watching that. Surprised he doesn't take you everywhere, Jimmy. I mean, you're a good luck charm, Jimmy. So not an easy shot here either. So Burmester at the moment might have just got himself out of a little bit of trouble here. So Toysha, you can imagine, is going to play safety. Let's have a look at what he does do.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see what he does.
And yeah, not bad, is it? Not bad. He doesn't. Opportunity here possibly for the plant, Jimmy?
No, Sheridan won't play that. Yeah, I don't think that meant to happen, but...
So he's got the option there of the 1-4 or the 1-2. What does he do?
I think he's going to try and maybe hide him behind the 4.
Okay, going top here. And he does look to try and hide. Has he done enough?
I think Mark can just see the edge of it. He's going to swerve, maybe jump now. Jump, airborne.
We'll just see if we can go above the table and have a look.
Got one of the Predator jump cues.
Yeah, there we go. So just talking through people at home, maybe watching this, that are not aficionados like yourself, Jimmy. So the target ball is the yellow solid, but he's got to sneak that cue ball past that purple 4.
That's right.
And does he have a line? He's going to jump. Now watch the master at work. Oh,
Close.
so close. The gunslinger from Eindhoven. Looking to get into his work early. Comes up a little bit short, but it's still anybody's frame at the moment. Now, big bounce comes to the table.
Yeah, the 1-2 look pretty good. The 3 is going to be his problem. If he can somehow get a shot at the 3, he might have a chance of taking the frame. Make sure this ball first.
It's a nice shot. Camera shot, that one. So just, still just not on his game at the moment. And I wonder too, Jimmy, whether this is a case of just having to adjust to this television table again. We know how this Arcadia cloth, it just runs that little bit quicker. And we see a lot of players having played on the outside table. It just takes them a frame or two just to make that little adjustment.
That's right, yeah, definitely a little bit faster. Slides a little bit more because it hasn't been used very often.
And now, so Toysha, I think he's called, what's he called here?
Yeah, I think he's going to put that one past the 3 ball, the red ball and the blue stripe, maybe. But he'll play a percentage shot, definitely percentages.
Going very low on the cue ball, so looking to either bring this back or leave it on a dime. Watch the cue ball, folks.
A lot of spin there. Look at that, nice shot, beautiful pot, pretty good position.
Yeah, he might have maybe just come up a little bit short, but player of this quality.
Yes, he's got all the shots in his artillery to get to that 3 ball. And then from the red ball to the purple ball.
And then he just
Nice
runs
2
that
rail
nicely.
Shot. Look at that, and he's left in perfect line too. Has he? Wow. Look how fast that runs, Mark.
Yeah, no, I was just looking at that himself, and you were calling. You could just see the body language, and you just felt that maybe you've just overplayed that a little bit. So now are we about to see Toysha having to go on the defence here and look to put big bounce Burmester in a world of trouble himself? I'm not sure there's a shot, is there, Jimmy? Or is he going to look to go off the rail and look to pocket that bottom right pocket,
corner,
if you can see?
Yeah, he's
or
going
the
to just
top
kick
right.
shot.
No,
Hit it too thin.
And now the table is well and truly open, but is there a pocket here for Burmester?
No, I think he got away with it, Marco. That orange ball just moved into line of the pocket, bottom left here.
It's a messy frame, isn't it? Neither player really looking settled at all. You expect more from both of these two.
And then after this, we've got both semi-finals and then the final.
Yeah, no, looking forward to it. It's been a long time since we've seen a bit of 10 ball. And it's great to have NZPA, Masse working together, and of course Predator. Boy, I tell you what, if you're into your Q sports and you want the best equipment or you just want to help take the guesswork, just don't go anywhere other than Predator.
That's right, best equipment in the world. Apex 9-foot table.
Oh, I tell you what, Now, real chance now for Burmester. He's still got that difficult 4-ball. Have to bring that cue ball back up the table. How does he do it, Jimmy?
Yeah, just straight forward. Just try and go past the orange ball, come straight up the table, take that line, just past the orange ball.
Looking pretty good after that.
Yeah, a little bit of inside English or outside English. There you go, perfect.
Yeah, that's nice chance here.
Oh, wow, that's a beautiful shot. Maybe a little bit straight here. We'll see.
And he might just see if we can go above the table here and have a look. There we go.
View. Yeah, it's a little bit straight. So we can screw that back into the rail and back out, kick into it. Did he get lucky? Not very lucky. And see, those opportunities you do need to take, especially against a player like Marco.
Yeah.
You don't get very many opportunities like this, but...
And again.
Safety.
Safety. Has he done it?
Oh, no, he hasn't.
Again, we'll just see if we can get a different angle here to give you an idea of exactly what he did do there. And
look at that shot. That's a great shot.
Yeah. Now, but watch Toysha, the magician. He's got a lot of nicknames, Marco Toysha. Mark the Shark, the gunslinger from Eindhoven, the magician. Watch this, folks. Oh, look to try and win the frame. Didn't quite pull it off, but so close. Now, really, Burmester needs to run through this rack.
Definitely needs this rack here, run through it, and then he'll settle into his work. Nice touch, a little bit. No, he's okay. Yeah, he's got a line on there, but he's heading towards the 9-ball and the 10-ball. It's on the wrong side again, folks. And when you get on the wrong side of that ball, it makes it a little bit harder. If he was a little bit up higher on that 6-ball, he would have had a just straightforward finish. But now, he's got to work hard.
Yeah, but just going to need to settle down. We know how good the Toysha is, and you just got to get ahead of him. You've got to just plant a little seed of doubt on his head. That's what you do against better players. Just put the pressure on early. Nice touch, but has he just left it a little bit too light?
No, that's pretty good.
Yeah, I was just going to. I couldn't just see from the angle whether or not that cue ball, in fact, had just gone between the 9 and the 10 ball, but it clearly has. Oh, missed the shot though, missed the shot. And that will just be opportunity now for Toysha.
And just knowing you're playing Marco does put you behind the 8-ball straight away.
Yeah, I have a saying, and it's called living rent-free inside your head, and sometimes players can do that through, you see it in some team sports where it's a little bit of niggle goes on and a little bit of the sledging, but sometimes it's just reputation, isn't it? It's coming up. It's like playing Novak Djokovic in tennis, Marco Toysha in Q Sports, Jimmy the Professor. You're automatically conceding 2 frames. You're down before you come to the table.
But in saying that, if you get off to a good start, you can put that pressure on them.
Yeah, no, that's it too. And we know that Sheridan Big Bounce Burmester is capable. We've seen what he can do. He's one of the real stars of this sport in terms of emerging talent. But it is Marco Toysha who takes the first frame in the race to 6. So Toysha gets up over Burmester. And what I think can best be described, Jimmy, is a pretty ugly frame for both players.
Definitely, yeah.
Just wanting to settle down, aren't they? Get used to the lights, the television cameras. Jimmy, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the break too. 1 ball at the front and 10 balls stuck in the middle, and then it's pretty much where you want to rack the rest of them.
That's right.
In terms of the positioning of the cue ball for the break, would it vary much for a player like Toysha from 9 ball to 10 ball, or is it pretty much they've just chosen a side of the table. They've chosen a execution point, and they just take it from there no matter what.
Yeah, it's pretty much the same break all the time. You know, it depends on how hard they hit the ball. It can come down to. You know, they know where the balls are going. Usually the middle balls, like the 2 balls behind the 1 ball, head towards that middle pocket. So they've changed it around so it ain't reliant on the break for winning the game. You know, break and just clear, break and clear, break and clear. So they've moved the box around. They've done a lot of things to change the break. But usually it's just straight on. And he's got one of the best breaks in New Zealand at the moment. And he works on his break quite often. Look at that white ball near the middle of the table.
And what did we lose,
break.
Jimmy?
Perfect break. Okay, so Marco's potted one of the balls.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, what did he put down?
The 4 ball.
4 balls
Purple
gone,
ball,
okay.
yep.
So purple 4 balls gone, so in order. But he can, of course, they can attempt to stick the 10 off the object ball if they choose. That object ball at the moment is the 1 ball. But they do have to call and nominate their pockets. 9 ball is the only form of cue sports where you're allowed the fluke. As he just drops the first one, let's have a look at what he does here.
Oh, that's a pretty good nudge there because
He's
look
cleared
at
it
that now.
He's moved it, hasn't he? 3 onto the 10 frame over.
Exactly.
So the red ball is the 3. That's the second phase shot from now. So object ball will be this blue ball here, which is actually at the top of the table, but looks.
Okay, he's going to go 2 rails and back in behind that yellow strike ball. 9 ball, get in behind there and
oh, look at the
ball.
weight, look at the weight, look at the weight. Has he done it? Oh,
Yes,
superb.
perfect.
Now opportunity here to win the frame and do it that quickly. The gunslinger from Eindhoven. He's left.
Nice plant here.
And there it is, just like that.
And that's what happens when you
I was going to say he left the saloon. He's in the street.
Well, that's what happens when you lose that first frame. Things like this could happen. You know, you could be sitting down for 3 frames if you don't take that first frame.
Really, was it luck just moving the 3?
Yes, oh, definitely, yeah.
Because, boy, I tell you what, he'd sit up there and go, no, I planned that. I'm allowed to say that I planned that. I've been good enough. I've paid my dues. I've won the US 10 ball before, so why not? We could sit there and go, hey, if you say so.
Yeah, that was all lucky. Potted that 1. Was going to go up and down the table for the 2. But nudged into that 3 and gave him an easy.
So, big bounce Burmester. Another dry break. And so Toysha will come to the table. We'll just go above, have a look at the spread here. So talk us through here, Marco. Jimmy.
Yeah, that one looks on.
2 just hidden,
yeah,
but still there are pockets for 2. And then the 3 ball, so a little bit of work to get from 2 to 3, but certainly room to come off the rails.
Yeah, I just can't see where he's going to go for that 2 ball. Maybe in the middle.
Yeah,
or maybe
looking to
kiss into it. If it's not on past a yellow strike ball. No,
puts one in. Puts 1 in, comes down, not happy with that, or maybe he's looking, look at that. Okay, I think does he now look to play safety here, Jimmy?
Yeah, he'll play the percentages. He'll look for the safety. Run back down table, nick it thin onto the back rail here, onto this top rail, and then run back down the table. Oh, that's a bit short, yeah.
Comes up short, so door just slightly ajar now. Now, we find out whether Sheridan Burmester, can he click, can he dial himself in? Because he just looked a little out of sorts in that first frame. Really, really big shot right now here for Burmester.
Definitely big shot, hard to get to that red ball, so let's see what he does. Maybe go back down his way.
Oh, missed it, and that's very much been the flavour here.
Still both players settling in.
Now, does he have a line past that? Is it the 5 ball, Jimmy?
Yeah, you can just swing past it and kick it in,
And then
hit the edge of it.
Bring it back down for the 3.
And then take his medicine and go nowhere. Look at that, but he got away with it, I think.
No, I think, yeah. So fascinating, isn't it? Let's just, again, go above the table and have a look at the different lanes that he's got there. So he's got that 5 orange ball.
Might have the same shot as Marco off the rail. Try and kick it in.
So just have a look here. We might just keep it on this angle. Just have a look at the cue placement on the cue ball. Right, left, centre. So he's going slightly right.
He's definitely,
on the cue ball. Just to give you an idea.
Oh, nice.
Beautifully played.
And look at this. This is going to turn out golden.
Brings that back up. Boy,
perfect.
Good television work too. That's great. Gives you a really good look.
Okay, 3 to the purple ball, which is the 4 ball. Just want to
Masse Club in Pukekohe is the venue. If you do want to play on world-class facilities, if you're inspired by what you see.
It's gone up a little bit too high. He has to try and get past that 10 ball somehow. Just doesn't want to nick into it, otherwise he could go in off. Just below centre and get past that 10 ball. 2 rails back up for the 5 ball, but he doesn't like the shot.
Yeah, got to be careful too. If these guys take too long, it could be in a situation where it comes semi-final time, the 30-second shot clock comes on. So just got to make sure they do play with a little bit of urgency.
Okay, he's going to screw straight onto the side rail and come back out, but no, that didn't work.
Now he's got himself in a bit
Very
of trouble
unlucky,
here.
yeah.
Got
He's
himself in a
himself.
bit of difficulty.
Could see the jump cue come out.
So he's got that brown 7, which he needs to negotiate to get to the orange 5.
Okay, he's nominated the 8 ball.
So
Down the table, kick the orange ball and try and hit onto the 8 ball and pot it.
gutsy, but didn't come off. And now, has he done enough? I think he might have. Might just see if we can go above the table again and just have a wee look and just have a look at the angles here.
Yeah,
So
I think he's got away with it.
So Toish is really just going to have to find a way defensively here. Unless he wants the box office television shot, which I'm not sure what that is, Jimmy, but I'm sure if there is one, he'll know it.
Yeah, well,
Oh.
that's a tough shot.
So he's nominated a pocket. He is going for box office, baby. I think he feels it 2 frames up. And
what you're seeing, folks, is him just doing the parallel shift. So he finds the middle of the table and just shifts his cue across to the white ball and finds that angle. Okay, Sheridan, this is a chance for you. I think we'll have to check the scoreman out. I think he's got that wrong. That looks better. Nice done out to the
okay, maybe this is
board
that
6.
yeah, turning point here. Don't underestimate just getting on a run, isn't it, Jimmy? Just trying to, you know, just play through the rack, get that confidence up, get into, I mean, it's an old cliche in sport, but it happens here, get into the zone.
That's the one.
It doesn't matter what sport it is. Sometimes you just come to the table and your nervous system's not up. You just can't quite see it. It takes a little bit of time to come right. Unfortunately, when you're playing a guy like Marco Toisha, you don't quite have as much time.
Okay, so he just wants to touch this one in and get an angle, maybe go 3 rails instead of the back to the middle.
So he's having a look here. Very, very good player. Just looking at Sheridan's form here, in terms of the way he holds his cue, do you like what you see in terms of his posture, in terms of his technique?
Yeah, his technique is good.
I mean, we'll all be
Solid.
looking at it going, it looks good, but I know, like any sport at the highest level, there are little subtleties which separate good from great.
Yeah, his technique's excellent. Just needs a few more matches like this against Marco, and yeah, later on.
And then, like a lot of them,
He'll
like we're
settle
seeing
in.
with Sullivan Clark, needs to then get himself overseas, doesn't he, and learn to sleep in the back of the car and do the hard yards.
There you go. It was the 3 rail shot.
It's a nice
I
shot
said
here.
he'll take. Has he got a shot at this 9?
Oh, he's got no choice, has he? He's
No
gonna
choice
have,
at all.
He's going to have to. Just going to
Yeah.
have to run this gently. Let's have a look here. Yeah.
So this is a blind cut, you know, you're going back into the pocket you aren't looking at.
And you're saying that this top left, as you look at it on the screen.
Yeah.
So let's just have a look here.
Just one good shot
Yep,
here.
we'll just
One in the
watch this
frame.
really good angle. This
That looks-
nice waist,
no,
no, just a little bit too square. And now Marco Toisha, not an easy shot. Now does Marco look here for? Does he look to play that same pocket, or is he
Yes,
going to?
definitely, yeah.
I thought he might bank it. That's all.
No, you'll cut that in and go 2 or 3 rails back and forth. 1, 2, and back there. Look at that, played that perfect weight.
And now this to take Toisha out to a 3-frame-to-nothing lead over Sheridan Burmester. And just like that, Marco Toisha comfortable in this race to 6 at this NZPA Predator New Zealand 10-ball tour. This is the Auckland Open. Of course, a tour that goes around the country. And Jimmy, we've also seen NZPA, Predator and Masse. We've seen a number of tournaments, whether it be an 8-ball, 9-ball or 10-ball in different parts of the country as well. We've been in Dunedin, Christchurch.
Yep, that's going to happen soon in Christchurch. Yep. So we're going all over New Zealand, which is excellent. What's a shot of us, Mark?
Okay, so it will be Marco Toisha who will have the break to try and go to 4 frames. You won't want a dry break here. Going low on that cue ball. Signature break from Toisha. Watch the cue ball, always back into the middle of the table.
And if you want to catch the other 8 games, or the other 4 games that are happening in the last 8, go to Q Score, and they're live on their scorings.
Interesting, isn't it, Jimmy? Because, again, we talked there about Marco Toisha and that his ability to bring that cue ball back into the middle of the table, and there it is, situated right there. And that gentleman next to me in the black is Jimmy the Professor. If you come across this guy in a pub, you've had a few drinks, you're feeling a little ambitious, do not wager this man. Do not wager this man.
No, I think it's the man at the table. Both of them.
I think it's all of you. Good thing I'm involved, so I can go in there and I sort of could also, I could arrange you to sort of be the Sharks these days. The Hustler, one of the great movies with Paul Newman.
That's a nice touch by Sheridan. He's on a 2. Run into that 10 ball just to hold the white ball there.
I was lucky enough, Jimmy, back in 1989 to get a job living in Japan when I was 18 and working in a sports plaza, and part of the business they actually had a pool hall in a little place called Chigasaki, which is about 50 minutes south of Tokyo. And the pool hall was actually known as the Hustler. And 9-ball was very much the game then, and it was clearly something I wasn't familiar with, having come from New Zealand and used to just playing sort of traditional 8-ball at friends' places. And
that's right.
Yeah, it was all 9-ball. And it's big sport in Asia, big sport in Japan.
Definitely, yeah. All over the world, actually.
Played in a couple of 9-ball tournaments. Didn't have a clue what I was doing. Actually got through to the second round once, but...
Chinese snooker here. Tough to pot that ball.
Yeah.
Made a good effort.
Yeah, no flukes, of course.
Yeah, so if that goes in, Marco has the option of sending him back in or playing it himself.
Okay.
The next shot.
And the ball stays down though, doesn't it?
That's right, yeah.
Okay, now Toisha, the gunslinger from Eindhoven. Big shot here.
Yeah, right to the middle of the table. What's his control?
It's one. Ooh, just kisses that pocket, but it goes in. Brings it back nicely. So Toisha, you'd expect him to run this rack now.
You can go 2 rails or just draw back. 2 rails would probably be easier.
And he does go 2, as Jimmy calls it. Just look at that. Look at the precision. Look at the precision there from the gunslinger. Tell you what.
Yeah, you're going to find a hut, you know. Somebody has to be on their game to beat him today.
Yeah, I think he was disappointed, wasn't he? We were here for the Auckland, I think, was it the 8-ball championship about 2 or 3 weeks ago, and I don't think he was happy with the way he played that day, going out in the semi-finals.
Okay, you can run through or draw back, whatever you want. Nice. Beautiful line to go to the 8.
Yeah.
The black ball next.
It's just a masterclass now, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's the key with this game. As long as you're on the right side of the ball, you know, it becomes easy. You know where you're going.
Yeah, all sport has its subtleties. All sport has its basic rules that, like sailing, if you want to get in front of your opposing boat in sailing, you'll hear it at the America's Cup. Stay between the marker and your opponent. They tack, you tack. No different in this game. There are certain things, certain rules that if you play them, the percentages are going to be in your favour. As Toysha now will come down to wrap up this frame and take it to a 4-frame-to-nothing lead in the race to 6. And it's really just been all Marco Toysha.
He's just warming up for his next game.
I probably wasn't expecting to be on camera there, and I often get asked about my hat, Jimmy, because my hat's quite frayed, Jimmy, but I've got a favourite hat.
Have you?
Yeah, and this one here, and I tend to wear them until they sort of run down.
Yep.
There you go, and see, and I've got glasses. I mean, I normally wouldn't have this if I was on camera, but anyway, we are, so I thought I'd just better explain the setup.
Yeah,
you know, everyone's got, what do you call it?
Lucky charm.
Yeah, almost lucky charms, little things, yeah, and this is my favourite hat.
Yeah, that's enough of that. Too many people might recognise me and won't play me again. And
I know, Jimmy, and let's be honest, you've bought about 4 houses swindling people in pubs, haven't you, Jimmy?
Yeah, but I've lost 4 houses, you know, gambling on shots.
I keep saying
one
that.
shot.
I keep saying that. Las Vegas wasn't built on winners, Jimmy.
So now I'm homeless.
Yeah. Okay. So, boy, it just hasn't had a lot of luck, has he, on the brakes, Sheridan? But he's got away with this one because I think Toysha finds himself snookered here.
Yeah, so if Marco's feeling good, he'll just get out that jump cue, have a go at it, because he knows he's 4-0 up and he can afford to have a...
Okay, so now watch the way he plays down on this.
There we go.
There now, has opened the door here. Let's just have a look at that split. So, does the 2 ball have a pocket, Jimmy?
Yes, it does. Past the green ball. The one's taking him to that side of the table.
Yep.
So he's going to have to pot that blue ball past that green ball. Soft hands. Go towards the black. Not bad, not bad. A little bit of a couple of lucky kisses there.
And we're back here next week, aren't we, Jimmy, for a junior tournament?
Yes, that's right. Yep. No, we're not back here next week. We're in Hamilton.
Oh, we're in Hamilton, my apologies.
Yeah. The VNEA finals. Big prize money up for grabs.
Now Burmester here. Oh, tough shot. What's he looking to do here, Jimmy? I just
hide somewhere.
Yeah, no, just lovely defensive shot here. Has he done enough? I think he has. Really nicely done. Boy, that is a good shot. That is a really good shot. That is, look at the defence there. He's just hid behind a wall, hasn't he? And so he's nominating. He's going to jump, and he said, I'm going to pocket this bad boy in that top right pocket.
Yeah, jump kick. Look at that, close. Well,
whoa, almost a box office shot from the great man.
And safety out of it
that
too.
Would have made ESPN Top 10's Play of the Week if that had gone in. That would have gone around the world. I don't know if Marco's on Instagram, but I imagine his followers would have, number of followers would have increased. You must have an Instagram account, do you, Jimmy?
No, sorry, I don't.
Twitter, mate?
No.
Good-looking man like yourself, not on social media, Jimmy?
Hardly. Okay, he's going to have a go at a jump shot. Quite hard to jump this 8 ball because it's...
What a perfect opportunity. You're down by 4. You're up against the Twitch. And why not try these things now in a game situation? You know, give it a chance. Give it a crack. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. So he's going to go for this. He jumps it, just misses it. That square corner on those middle pockets. It's difficult, but got away with it.
Favour. Yeah,
got away with it. So now Marco has a little bit of a smile and says, well, hey, you took your chance and you've been rewarded for it. And he will admire Sheridan Burmister's
Look at that.
ability
Wow,
to take a
what
chance.
Shot. That's a good kick and stick.
It's interesting,
Gave it
isn't it?
back.
Because we look at the shots that get pocketed and we call them the box office shots, but then you've just described that as a great shot. And
Yeah.
there we go, that's another defensive shot, which perhaps is as good as any
Oh, definitely.
box office shot where the ball's pocketed, but because the ball's not pocketed, we don't tend to see it the same way. It's a bit like in football, isn't it? It's always the strikers and the goal scorers that get recognised, but the guys at the back do stuff brilliantly defensively, never get recognised.
And it carries on.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's fluked that. So,
So he's
Marco, Marco can come to the table next. He loses his turn because it was a fluke.
Yep, and of course, as you said, he could have called Burmister to continue playing, but he clearly believes that he gets that as he banks that bad boy in. Does that comfortably for Toysha. Most of us would be giving each other the high five at home if we were to pull it off.
Okay, 7 to the 8 is going to be the hard part here. Draw back to the middle. Give him that perfect line to pot the 7 and get to the 8. He hasn't got much of an angle to work with, so you might see 2 rails here or 3. And behind the 8 and back out. Oh, wow, look at that. Picture perfect.
Yeah, look at this. This is just a masterclass from the technician. Tell you what, though, you know, if he wasn't a professional pool player, he could easily become a surgeon. He's just got such finesse, hasn't he? Such precision. Would you be happy if you had to have open heart?
Uh-oh.
No, he's all right. Would you be happy if you had to have open heart surgery and Marco was your surgeon?
No, I wouldn't be happy at
Why
all.
not? Look at the precision, Jimmy.
If he pots this okay. Yeah, look at that.
There you go.
Maybe.
The doctor, Marco Toysha, now leads by 5 frames to nothing.
No, I'd hate to be his patient.
And he is sitting on the hill. First to 6.
Where's he getting that picture from?
I always like to bring in the Led Zeppelin song here, Going to California, standing on the hill in the mountain of dreams, telling myself it's not as hard as it seems. And he's on the hill, isn't he, Jimmy?
On the hill. So after this game, we have 2 semi-finalists, 2 semi-final games, and then the final.
Yeah.
We're going live till 6 o'clock, maybe.
Yeah, no, looking forward to it. Been looking forward to it all week, actually. It's been a busy week. Nothing
Just a
better to
warm-up
finish
game.
it by coming and watching some world-class Q Sports. Hope you are enjoying the coverage wherever you are. The Predator New Zealand 10-ball tour in association with the NZPA and Masse.
Okay, watch this break. It's going to be a big break. He's going to give it everything. Watch that white ball. Watch that white ball. Look at that.
Yeah, look at that white ball, and we've seen the 9 go, and we've just seen the 10 ball off the break, and that might just be the frame, is it?
No, the purple ball.
Was it the purple? I thought the 10 had gone down.
No, so it's respotted.
Okay, explain that rule to me, Jimmy.
So if you put the 10 off the break, it's just respotted.
Is that the case in 9 ball as well?
No, 9 ball's a win.
Okay. And what is the reason for the difference between the 2 rules? Why
Well,
are you not rewarded?
it's
for
not lucky. It's not no luck involved in this game here. It's all planned shots and
Okay,
it's a call shot game.
Yeah, it's a cool shot game, okay, and that's the difference where in 9
Yeah.
ball there are flukes, so if you put the 9 down off the break,
Yep,
hey,
you can
it
do-
is. Look, it's a good rule, actually. I think
Yeah.
it's right, you're right. That's consistent with it, isn't it? You've got to call your shots, so
Yeah.
why should you if the 10 ball goes down?
Just imagine how you feel. You know, you're playing 50,000 and the guy flukes the 9 ball. Okay, nice shot there by Mark to leave him a bank shot.
So box office here, folks. Just keep an eye on that pocket that he's currently over. That's
He's going to hit this quite hard, Mark. To
He's
straighten
almost
it up.
coming backhand, doesn't he? I love the
Yeah,
weight.
like that.
He just didn't play it with too much, did he? And now look at that. Look at the position on the cue ball here. Wow, that is a good shot.
He's starting to test some of his fire weapons he's got, his artillery.
Yeah, coming quite
Knowing that, you know, he's 5-0 ahead, he can open up a bit.
Yeah, he's got himself maybe in a little bit of difficulty here, though.
Oh no, it's all happening now, mate. He's opened right up.
This will be a hell of a shot if he gets this one.
Oh, 99%.
And look at the weight, look at the weight it goes in, and that is just quality. Wow. He is box office. Write the name down, folks. Marco Toisha.
All TV shots.
Yeah. One of the nice guys of the sport too, has time for everybody, doesn't put himself above anybody else. Mind you, I think that's what I've noticed with Q Sports. There's no real egos. Everybody just appreciates everybody tuning up, giving it a crack, having a go.
It's opened right up.
Yep, and now this to go through to the semi-finals and to beat Sheridan Burmester. And just like that, oh, he missed it. He missed it. Fundamental error. And what do we call it? The commentator's curse, don't we, Jimmy? The commentator's curse.
He's having a bit of fun out there at the moment, folks. You would never see him miss a shot like that if he's playing against myself.
And now big chance here for Big Bounce Burmester.
Can he get on the border?
Runs it. Nice shot, Big Bounce Burmester. Well, he snatches one from nowhere. And ladies and gentlemen, the great Dutchman shows at times that there are flaws in his game.
So we've got another semi-final out there.
I think we should pan into the face of Marco Toisha because I think he's still smiling. Still don't think he can believe what happened.
Against Hassan Abdullah and Jeremy Ho, another junior who's been playing quite good pool.
Yeah, no, Jeremy Ho, he's really starting to just feature, isn't he? And there is Toisha. He's still struggling. Boy, you'd hate to lose this 6-5, wouldn't you?
Okay, so after the break, Mark, what can you do?
Oh, push out, yep.
That's right.
So
he's called it.
He's going to play a shot here, and then it's up to Marco Toisha whether he then wants to play that or throw it back to...
Marco's never going to throw a shot back like this to Sheridan. He knows he can pot this.
But I mean, if you're reading the game at the moment, you probably in this frame you haven't really seen enough of Sheridan Burmester's consistency to be convinced that he's not going to sit down at some point.
Okay, I think this
we've seen tournaments where Sheridan Burmester's just been unstoppable. You know, it's been like, you know, the pockets have appeared to be almost basketball hoops. He's been that dominant. Now, so he'll just look to run through this. He'll like this challenge now. He's got to compose himself. He's such an experienced campaigner, isn't he? He's done it all, Toisha.
Beautiful touch. Nice. He held that well. See how it just come back that little bit? Nip draw, they call it. Okay, just wants a nice angle on the 6 ball to get to the black ball.
And he just draws this back, won't he?
Yeah, draw back to where he's standing, somewhere around there.
Won't want to go too low though. You want to just bring it back. No.
What's this control? Back off the rail. I'd say you hit it quite hard. Back off the rail and back out.
I know.
Oh no, he played perfect.
A lot of underspin under that. Yep, we just talked about it. Didn't want to bring it back too far because he'd be on the wrong side, but he now just sits there. And it's just a case of formality now.
Definitely, I think he's had his fun now.
Yep.
Back to seriousness. Pot. ABC.
Yeah, he won't want to muck around now. He'll just want to get this done. Want to go away and have a break, which is semi-final opponents.
Great spectacle.
And he runs one, and this now.
Okay, so next, next up we'll have a couple of semi-finalists.
Okay, so Marco Toisha, one shot away from moving through to the semi-final. He gets the job done over Sheridan Burmester by 6 frames to 1. The gunslinger from Eindhoven moves into yet another semi-final. And for Big Bounce Burmester, an opportunity to sit back and reflect. He knows he's come up against one of the very best Hope you are enjoying coverage of the Predator New Zealand 10-ball tour, the Auckland Open, live here from the Masse Club in Pukekohe. Don't go away, folks. Mark Watson alongside of me. Jimmy the Professor Henry back shortly with the first of the semi-finals.
Thank you.
New Zealand 10-ball tour. This is the Auckland Open. It is semi-final time. It is the gunslinger from Eindhoven, Marco Toisha, up against Hassan the Farah Abdullah out of Egypt, now living and residing in New Zealand. It is the first to six. Alongside of me, the man they call the Professor, Jimmy Henry. Jimmy, what time is it?
It's showtime.
It is showtime indeed. Looking forward to this one, Jimmy. We've just seen Marco Toisha just dismantle Sheridan Burmester in the quarterfinals. You've been watching Hassan Abdullah on the outside tables. His form coming into the semi-final?
Yeah, well, he's a complete player. He's got everything. Sound technique, great temperament. He's got all the attributes to take out Marco.
Going to need to get off to a good start. Marco probably has the benefit that he's had some games here on the television table. We've said it, but Hassan is going to need to adjust to the slightly faster running Arcadia cloth on this table, world-class table. Special thanks to Predator. Special thanks to the Masse Club here in Pukekohe. Of course, Masse Clubs around the North Island and the NZPA.
Yeah, and with Hassan, we've seen a lot of Hassan lately. He's been in quite a few semi-finals
Yeah,
and
good
finals.
break too, great break.
Like we said, Mark, you need that start.
Oh, going to find himself immediately Chinese snooker here. He's going to have to come over the top of that 5-ball to play the 1. And then let's have a look. He's got that 2-ball, which has got a pocket. Back up the table for the 3. How do you like the spread of this one?
Well, I don't like the Chinese snooker for start.
No, difficult
Yeah,
shot here.
hard to get back to the 2 on, playing a ball like this.
Because he can't control the cue
Yeah,
ball.
can't
So a
get
little
under
bit of
it.
hit and miss, and now he's got a difficult shot on that too. Where's he looking to play this, Jimmy? Can he cut that into that left pocket? He
Yes,
can.
definitely,
He
yeah.
calls it.
Yeah, you can hit this fine.
No chance of an in-off here.
No, if he hits it thicker, it will definitely go in off, or it doesn't hit
Oh.
it at all.
Ooh, misses it. So got away with it, though. He's got away with it. Maybe just go above the table here. Oh, no, in fact, it is, of course, because he misses it. It's a free placement here for Marco. I thought that he might have just lapsed in concentration myself there, Jimmy.
Yeah, so Marco just needs to find the right line to get to the bottom cush here, closest to us. Go forward and probably go between the 9 and the 3.
There's one.
Between the 9 and 3, there you go.
Yeah, boy, look at the precision on that. I was actually lucky enough, Marco, and he doesn't do it very often, actually let me just have a shot with the cue that he's got, and you know, clearly top of the range predator. But I was amazed just how light and how beautifully balanced it is.
Yeah, they're beautiful cues. Any predator cue is a nice cue. A lot of good brands out there, but Predator's one of the best.
Yeah, and the nice thing about the Predator range too is they've got price points for everyone, don't they? It's not just, you don't go and have to spend $1,000.
No.
Mind you, compared to a lot of other sports, it's still a relatively cheap entry point, isn't it?
Oh, definitely cue, you know. Pool's a real cheap sport you can play. Just pick up a cue and away you go.
Yeah, I just watched Marco here, the technician. No, I was out at, we had a water polo tournament last week, and we had to spend some time, and I went out to Manukau City actually, and movie theatre there to get the kids so they could watch a movie, and there was a couple of pool tables set upstairs. It's funny now, having been sort of involved in cue sports, I look at it completely differently than I once did.
Yep, we've got all the sharks swimming around here. We're just lucky to get away with that.
You see these tables that are coffee stains on, and you pay your $2 or $4 to have a game, and you're watching people play, and you sort of look at it and think, you're on the wrong side, mate.
Go and give them a bit of coaching.
Not me, mate. No, I'd be confusing ability with ambition. All I've got you is sitting on my shoulder, Jimmy. Anyway, Marco Toisha here, looking to try and get off to a good start and win this first frame. Probably the most difficult shot now.
Yeah, very difficult.
Plays that.
Played that well.
And he's okay, slightly on the wrong side of that brown ball, but
well, actually, he's on the perfect side.
Okay.
See, now he can slide behind the yellow stripe.
Okay, explain that then, Jimmy, because
so now he
you've
can
corrected me. So, and I guess that would be the natural inclination of a lot of people like me, but you oh, of course, yeah, now looking at the shot.
Yeah, this will get him on the right side of the 9 ball here, look.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, just natural.
Yeah, okay, Jimmy.
So, yeah, might just nudge this 10. He wants to try and avoid it and put the 10 in the opposite corner pocket.
Might just talk a little bit more about the right side and the wrong side as this game progresses too, because it's an interesting concept that a lot of people won't be familiar with. It's one that I'm clearly still just getting my head around.
So he was on the right side of that 9 that gave him this position.
Yeah, not an easy shot though. So still just a little bit on that rail.
Yes, he's
got a bit of work to do here, Marco.
Yeah, he has these sort of shots for breakfast, I think.
But
yeah,
you say that we saw him earlier, though, didn't we, against Sheridan Burmester in the 6th frame? Miss a very, very simple shot to wrap that up. So we never do the commentator's curse, do we, Jimmy?
Look at that concentration.
And he just pockets that beautifully, and just like that, it's 1 frame to nothing. Toisha up over Hussein Abdullah, and Abdullah got off to a good start with a really good break, and then almost... What was the word? An uncharacteristic
he's been in that situation.
Shot where he just missed his object ball completely and turned the table over, and that was game, set, and match.
Yeah, open table to Marco. Ball in hand. Be lucky to get another shot. Yeah, he's played that shot hundreds of times.
The thing I noticed with Marco's Predator cue, not particularly heavy through the handle end of the cue. It seemed quite light. It seemed like the weight was reasonably well distributed throughout.
Yes, it is. Yeah, they are.
You know, you pick up some cues and you can definitely feel the weight
at the back.
At the back end.
Yep. Predators, you can also change the weights.
And then that carbon fibre shaft, I guess, just keeps that stiffness, doesn't it?
Yes, very much. Yeah.
And we know the importance of making sure that there is no. You want what we in what cycling thing you want torque. You know, you don't want any sort of little movements, any sort of vibrations that...
Okay, the break. One of the main parts of the game is that break, controlling the white ball, but you can't control it if a ball hits it.
3 balls gone down. And now, a little bit of difficulty here. No real shot on that. No pocket for that 1 ball. Does he look to play the plant, Jimmy? Does he look to try and pocket the 4? Is he going to play safety?
Well, he's a percentage man. He might be able to just double that one and use the white ball to pot it. But look, he's looking at the plant here, Mark.
So 1 onto the 4.
Yep.
Is it too early, though, to take the risks against Hassan, or does he look to play safety?
He's trying to look for safety.
I think he looks safety here, doesn't he? I don't think it's time in this game to be playing the box off a shot just yet.
Yeah, there it is. Push out. I don't like this because Hassan can actually pot this 4 ball, the purple ball, from that 1 ball.
Does he have the ability to do it, though? So Toysha, he's clearly thought about it. Smart man.
But he's also a percentage man too. If he doesn't like it, he won't take that risk. And there you go, his percentages. Oh, unlucky.
Kiss the corner, and
Yeah.
so the risk played off for Toysha. It's funny how the great players seem to get the run of the table, or the roll of the green. Still another difficult shot here for Toysha.
This is one of his strengths of his game. He knows what shot to play. Plays the right shot at the right time.
Is he looking to bank this, or is he playing safety here, Jimmy?
No, he's banking it. 2 rails for the 2 ball.
Yeah, it just brings it down. He's going to miss it, though. He's going to miss it, but he's backed it up, so he still manages to get away with the safety shot. So he almost said, well, look, if I do miss it, I'm confident I can play safety. And Hassan might have got away with 1 as well, and he just acknowledges to Marco that.
So in the last 3 shots of Marco's, we've seen the safety, the plant.
Yeah.
You know, he's got all aspects, and now we're going to see the bank shot if he can make
So
it.
he's going to bank it into that top left pocket as you see it on screen, which is actually the bottom of the table. Oh, no, cut it.
Cut it. Well.
Wow, great shot. Now, does he have a pocket for the 2 ball?
Yes, he does. Beautiful cut. He's worked on every aspect of the game you can have. Cuts, doubles, banks, you name it, he's got it.
So he sees a path past the 9 ball here, does he? Or is he looking to try
Just follow it through and get onto the purple ball.
Oh, lovely shot from Marco Toysha.
And perfect too. He's got an angle to get out here. A slight angle to head towards the orange ball. Then he's going to pot that green ball maybe in the middle. Depending on what sort of angle he's got. Yep, that's the easiest pocket to pot it. Okay, draw back to the rail. He wants to be sitting on the rail. So he's got an easy shot on the brown ball. No, he's left him angle, so he's going to get out here. He's got either middle pocket. Could take the corners. He's got such an angle, he can get to any pocket. That's why it's hard to pick an angle.
And so Marco Toysha just giving another masterclass here. Really hasn't been pushed so far. Man, now just 2 balls away from going out to 2 frames, and Hassan Abdallah, well, he's barely been at the table. He's going to need to come back. Comes to the table, he's literally going to have to play through the rack, isn't he? He just can't afford to sit down. And beautiful weight, look at that. He's just got such a good feel on this table. Jimmy, we talk about the Arcadia cloth on this table, and runs a little bit quicker. How often would they change this cloth out?
Well, this table, is only the TV table only, so it hardly gets used. So I'd say it'll be good to change it every year. Keep it fast and keep it true.
And what about brushing the table? We don't see guys necessarily brushing the table before games or after games.
No, that gets all done, overnight. All the workers here clean the tables and look after the tables real well. Like the supreme condition, every time you go to the table, it's beautiful to play on.
So the 10 ball there in the middle, and that 1 ball sits at the front of the diamond.
These conditions are world-class conditions. So when these guys go to the world champs, they're used to it straight away.
Yep.
Years ago, we played on, second-hand tables and that, and it took us a few games to get into the game. against these world champs, and we had no show.
Well, no, I have a
back then.
saying too from my experience in sort of endurance sport, you always show your body in training what happens on race day. And so, you know, if you can mimic the conditions best as possible, then
That's
again,
right.
it's not an adjustment, is it? You know, if you're going to run at
Exactly.
7 o'clock in the morning, you're going to race at 7 o'clock in the morning, get used to running at 7 o'clock in the morning, get your nervous system up, all of these things, isn't it? All these little things.
That's right.
And so Toysha here, let's see what he can do. Let's have a look at the cue ball here, folks. Off the rail, comes back, beautifully sets it up now for that blue 2 ball.
That's right. Perfect
And
position.
probably just bring that back, draw back, will he, and come back for the 3 ball, Jimmy?
He's got a, yeah, he'll come back for the 3 ball in the opposite corner probably.
Okay, so he'll come off the rail.
On the same pocket, look at that.
Yeah, oh, beautiful. Look at the weight on that. And then the purple 4.
And the thing that, why he can play all these shots is because he's left himself an angle. See this angle? Can come off the rail, back out into the middle, or even hold the white ball. Look at that. That was perfect hold of a white ball. Had a lot of angle there, and it didn't move at all.
So what does he do with the cue ball here, Jimmy, now that he knows he's got
He
that
just
green
does-
6 down the table, he's got that black 6, he can't
Oh, he just
come
draws
down
it
on
back.
that bottom rail, can he? He's just going to draw it
No,
back.
he just draw it back a
So
little bit to
plenty
leave
of-
himself an
Plenty
angle
of
again.
backspin, there you go, and that's that
Yeah.
drawback we talk about.
To leave himself an angle. So he always leaves himself a good angle to get to the next ball. Okay, so this will be interesting. Looks like he's going to play off 3 rails.
Okay, so that'll
He's
be
going
this
to go hard. One,
one,
two,
two.
3, and then in behind the 6. Yeah, he's got enough weight there. Look at that.
Boy, that is a very, very good shot from Marco Toysha.
And you know he's opening up now, so you probably go 2 rails here and up and down the table again.
So just look at the placement there of the cue on that cue ball 1, as
There you
Jimmy
go.
said, off the 2nd rail. 3 rails, and now beautifully lined up with the 7. The masterclass of...
Now watch how he just holds that white ball to go down, touch around, and just out for the black ball. Look at that. That's perfect. A little bit of spin. Took off
Thought
off
he-
the rail,
yeah,
but
thought
still
he
he's
might have-
perfect.
Thought he might have just got
Okay.
himself into a bit of difficulty here. 9 ball though, is going to be...
Can punch it in or go around the world again.
Oh, look at that, look at that, look at that. Wow, that is good. That is good. We imagine it. He executes it. Mind you, look at his facial expression. Wasn't that happy with
so
the shot.
folks, yeah, now he's got a straight shot, so he's got a lot of opportunities, but a little bit harder.
Yeah.
Only because he's got that straight shot and didn't leave himself an angle to go around the table again, so he'll either stop it or just a little drawback for the opposite right-hand corner.
I want to get this. We saw him miss a shot in the quarter-final
Look at
from
that.
there.
Wow.
And look at
That
that, look
looked
at
right back.
Yeah, and now the angle on it. As you say, for most of us, this would be a difficult shot for Marco Toysha. Well,
Yes, he's for breakfast again.
yeah, no commentator's curse though, Jimmy. We've talked about the commentator's curse, Jimmy.
There you go, beautiful.
Yeah, now goes to 3 frames to
Nice.
nothing. Marco
Yeah,
Toysha.
that was nice, positive 10 ball too. Look at that drawback. Okay, he only had to play that shot because he didn't leave himself an angle.
But I think what he likes too, doesn't he? He probably knows that he's going to come to a lot of these tournaments here in New Zealand and everyone's trying to lift their game to him, but it's like, you know what? Put me in some precarious positions. Let me play my way out of difficulty.
Yeah, all those shots were absolute perfection.
That's what also makes the sport so incredibly unique. There has never been one frame similar or the same as any other frame. There's no way
Definitely.
that every single ball is landed in every single shot in every single situation. So throughout history, there has never been one exact frame. Now, I don't have the scientific data to back that up, but I don't think it requires scientific data to back that up. So that is Jimmy the Professor there in the black. Have a good look at the face, folks. Do not want to meet him in a bar and play him in pool because he will take you back to school and probably a couple of $100 along with it. He's a real estate mogul these days from being a shark. So now, real big break here for Toysha. Keep an eye on the cue ball, folks.
To the middle of the table he goes.
Look at this great shot here. This will give you a really good look.
Look at the loop bridge, nice and solid, strong.
Big kick,
Power.
big kick on that. And dry break though. So Hassan will come to the table. No real easy shot on that one ball though.
Yeah, and it's pretty hard to come to a table. You know, you're 3-0 down and you got to play safety.
Yeah.
But he's just got to chip away at the, block and hang in there and things could change.
Well, the first thing he's got to do, when you come up against Marco, you've got to believe you can beat him.
Yes.
You've got to believe you can beat the guy. And let's have a look at the safety
That's
here.
a great shot.
So you heard it from Jimmy.
Okay, another aspect of Marco's game is going to come out, and I'll put one of my houses who's going to put this.
Yeah, okay, let's go. Let's
Got
go.
that feeling.
Just go above the table here and just have a look at what we've got. So
that.
it's that brown. So
I can even pick him to screw this back, folks, towards the 3 ball.
so he's going to jump that ball. Jumps it, nails it. Box office television shot there, folks. He, though, will not be looking at his television shot. He'll be looking to say, okay, I put the ball in, but what have I left myself in regards to the 2 ball? You talk about the angles, Jimmy. Has he got enough of an angle on this 2 ball?
Not that I can see here. It's really good to watch him in these situations to see what he does. And then if you ever get in that situation, you can apply the same tactic. See, I think he's going to go off 2 rails behind the 9. Stripe black and 4 down the back there. Yes, he does. No, he got away with it. Big wall of balls down there to hide behind. Hide behind the bush. Okay, easy. 1 cush out here for Hassan, and he does make it. But what does he leave Marco? That's the thing.
He's left Marco a bit, hasn't he? He's left Marco a bit because that 4 ball's open.
He has left Marco a finish, folks.
So Marco Toysha really should be able to just play through this rack. That's 1.
Nice punch shot.
Jimmy's been guilty of it over the years, and
Not
many
no
great
more.
players had their tournament ruined because Jimmy said he should get this, and they clearly haven't. How do you live with yourself, Jimmy, when you do make those statements and they end up missing and you realise you've just cost a player their tournament?
Well, I hope I can make this guy miss and put some pressure on him, but no.
No, he's just run. Boy, this is just a really good frame, so it'll go to 4 frames to nothing. And Hussein Abdullah, well, that's it. So there it is, 4 frames to nothing, and Hassan will come to the table. The Pharaoh, man from Egypt. Egypt's most famous sports person, probably at the moment in the world, would be Mo Salah, the striker for Liverpool Football Club, simply known as the Egyptian King.
And our next semi-final, folks, is Casey Dong versus Neil Barnes.
I'm not sure that I've seen either of those 2
No,
players.
you
Have I
haven't.
previously?
No, you haven't. Neil Barnes done well at Paul & Blues yesterday. He qualified a top qualifier. And Casey Dong has been around.
And here we go. Let's have a look. Another dry break, is it? Oh, 2 about to go. No. So now he's lucky though. He's got he does have a line here, Marco, but you'd feel he's going to have to play defensively in terms of the object ball, being the 1 ball at the opposite end of the table from the cue ball. So he's automatically, does he look to? Going to push out, so he's going to play a shot here, and then it's going to come back to Hassan Abdullah, whether he wants to then play that shot.
It's a nice push out.
What does Hassan say?
Yeah, Hassan will find a edge here to nick and then try and run away somewhere.
Okay, so another defensive shot here. Can we just have a look at the tip of the cue on the ball? Oh, that would have been a nice little pocket. But now he's opened it up for Toysha. Marco though.
What's this draw shot?
Yeah, 2 ball.
What's this control here? Beautiful.
Look at that. So he just sets himself up for that 2 ball in the middle pocket. And then he'll just draw it back, come back for the red.
Oh, he doesn't want that kiss. He'll be upset with that shot.
Yeah, got to just slow down a little bit here. Just wonder whether he's just got a little bit too relaxed.
No, I think he was just getting in the zone until
Does he
that happened.
does he look to cut this in, Jimmy, or does he?
Well, sometimes, I don't know what he's going to do in this sort of situation, but, that's what makes it interesting.
Or does he play the
Can
plant?
learn.
Does he look to put the 9 in?
No, he'll look for safety.
He'll look for safety, you reckon?
Yep. Maybe sit behind the... Well, look at that. See, he's got all the shots.
Great soft. Wow, that is just incredible Q Sports here from the gunslinger. Nickname that was given to him because at times he can turn up, he can look like sort of Johnny Cash and brings out the case, and he's got the little glove and takes you back to those days of watching westerns on TV. where the gunslinger came out dressed to the nines and was lethal. Almost following the footsteps of Tiger Woods. It's a Sunday wearing a red shirt.
Yeah.
Tiger Woods always come out on that final round on a Sunday and wearing the red Nike shirt.
So this match here will take him into the final. Play the semi-final at the moment.
Yeah.
Unlucky you try to nudge that brown ball and sit behind it.
Well, really, this is a key shot now for Hassan Abdullah. If he's got any chance to stay in this, he needs now to stay at the table.
Yeah, the key for Hassan is just to hang in there. Things might change.
And he's playing safety too.
Yeah, nice
Brings
shot.
it back nicely.
That's a nice
Wow,
shot.
that's a really good shot. And so, very much a defensive strategy here.
Okay, we've got timekeeper there. Sheridan Burmester. He's our timekeeper.
30-second shot clock. Yeah, tough shot here. So he's going for the side pocket, going for the Mac Daddy shot here. Box office, baby, here we go. I think he's just going to give it a... He knows he's got a buffer here. He knows he can try and pull this off. Let's have a look here, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, does it too. Does it too. But let's have a look at the cue ball here. What's he done? What's he done? Oh, he snookered himself, but...
He put that cue out. He needs to bring it back. Oh, he held it, so he knew that might happen.
So now he's going to play another jump shot. We'll watch this now just from this angle, so you can get an idea of just how high these guys do go on the ball. Over the green, onto the purple 4. Oh, good effort. Now, table is open for Hassan Abdullah.
Yeah, he opened up the 8 ball too.
So, now, the man originally from Egypt.
He needs good control here to get back to where the white ball is now. Watch out for the in-off.
I think he got away with it, didn't he?
Oh, but
now
is it on?
Yeah.
Jaw snooker could be.
Explain that terminology, draw snooker.
Jaw snooker, so he's just hampered by that corner of the jaw there. I know you can see it. He can just get past it.
Oh, nice shot.
Yeah,
Wow, that is very, very good indeed. It is a great shot under pressure. Oh, went for it, went for it.
Yeah, it just keeps getting harder.
And now you would sense that Marco, has he got, can he cut that? Let's have a look, see we go above, just have a look at the angle here on the table.
He's looking at a bank shot. Parallel shift.
So he's looking what?
Well,
Where's he
I don't
looking to
know-
bank
I don't
that?
know where, yeah. Side pocket. Did he
Okay, he's
call
gonna
here
look
at
to
the
cut it.
edge?
Going to look to cut this. Let's have a look here.
This is what set Hassan on his way, missing that 6 ball.
And he cuts it, brings it back up the table. And look at the position. Might be just a little bit short here.
It's okay. His favourite bank shot. So a lot of the pool, they play bank pool overseas, where every shot has to be a bank shot. Oh, he's a bit wide there. He'll be disappointed with that.
Yeah, he just seemed to rush it a little bit, didn't he? So now you feel that Hassan really should close the door here. There's nothing difficult in front of him.
No, he's perfect. He's out.
So he'll take this frame.
Yes, definitely.
Well, Jimmy, the curses commentator, set you up and you fell straight into the trap, Jimmy.
Oh, didn't like that. That's perfect.
And there it is, just like that. You make a simple little mistake. You open the door at this level. So Hassan Abdullah gets himself on the board. It is 4 frames to 1 in the race to 6 semi-final of the Predator New Zealand 10-ball tour. This is the Auckland Open, live from the Masse Club in Pukekohe. Hope you are enjoying the coverage, folks.
All our Arcadia or Predator products, Arcadia cloth,
All start with an A, don't they?
yes, arena lights, the Aero Rack triangle,
The Arcos
2 balls,
2-ball.
And the apex 9-foot table, all made of steel underneath. No way it can warp. What about a pool table out of carbon fibre? What do you think, Mark?
You're not sure. I think they'd have to be. I think you've got to have some weight in them, don't you? You couldn't be able to. You've got to have some weight somewhere because you don't want to move the table by leaning on it or moving it. And carbon fiber's pretty light.
Flexi, yeah.
And clearly, I mean,
Here's the beautiful break.
sometimes I think you can have innovation for the sake of innovation. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. You know. I think the carbon fiber's clearly come into the cues.
Okay, just focus in. My eyes are a little bit blurry here, but now we're focused.
Okay, so 1 ball, and then let's have a look. All 2 and 3, 4, all stuck across there on that rail.
Even though he can hit this 1 ball, he has got the option of pushing out still. So it doesn't matter if you can see the 1 or not.
Jimmy, let's just talk about that 2, 3 and 4, all stuck here on this left side here on the rail. Does he need to move anything there? Is there a pocket for each of those? Is it just a simple case of playing the plant, possibly?
Well, he could move it here if he takes it on, but he's a percentage man. Marco's a percentage man, so he'll probably make sure that he either can pot it or double it or safety.
Yeah, he's playing safety, isn't he? He's just going to try and bring it back now, just maybe. Look at that. Look at the precision on that. Wow, what a shot. That is a very, very good shot, ladies and gentlemen.
That weight was perfect.
Okay, now he's going to look to jump. So, oh, runs it. Didn't quite get it, but I like the ambition there. I like the enterprise being shown by Hassan Abdallah. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. And that's an area that they all need to work on. And now Toysha.
He wants to try. He probably could pot this, but he's concentrating on trying to get a line on the 2 and 3 combination, so he wants to be dead straight on it. It's miles away from being dead straight.
Yeah, I don't think he's happy at all with that. Now, again, we can't keep saying it, but this is where Hassan needs to just... I don't think he can afford to sit down again.
He's going to run off a couple of rails and try and head towards that 2 ball.
I don't think he can afford to sit down here now. Starting to just open up a little bit for the man originally from Egypt.
So we've got a forward shot here coming. There you go, head towards that 2 ball. He's going to nudge it. He nudges the 3. Oh, wow. Even though he hasn't got a shot at the 2, it's not all over. I'd probably just give Marco a...
He's going to come up the table, plays it. Manages to prevent the snooker.
Wow.
9 ball's going to go down. And manages to. We'll go above here, just see if we can just have a look at the angles. In fact, you can see it there, straight run through for Toysha, isn't there, on that 2 ball?
Yeah, he might want to play 2 rails or come back straight into that position he is now.
So,
yeah, he's going to come back that way, I'd say. Right where his hand is, he's going to come back towards there. Look at that, picture perfect again.
Another masterclass.
Yeah, everything's precise today.
How much difficulty is that 5 ball for him?
If he can get that same angle he is right there now with the white ball, he can get over. Like I say, the key is leave himself an angle to get out and over. It's a little bit straight here, so he has to really force this. You watch him hit it quite hard, or he could screw into it. A lot of options. Yes, he had to hit that hard. He's got the angle. He's got the perfect angle to head back towards the brown ball. That's where he wants to be, where that brown ball is. Oh, another TV shot could come up and pay 3 rails.
Okay, have a look here.
No, he's going back straight over there.
So this is the 4 ball, purple 4 ball. Then the next object ball is the orange 5. And look at the pinpoint placement, and it may be just a little bit under.
Yeah, a little bit under,
There's
but
not
he's okay.
quite enough angle, but as Jimmy says, for a guy like Marco Toysha, still not too much difficulty.
And the extension.
The extension. And he's asked for a 30-second extension, so they get 1 30-second extension per frame. But they also get a minute after the break, don't they? So now Marco Teuscher, the Dutch master. Just look at the screw he's going to put on that. Look at that.
Nudge. He needs a nudge. Nice little nudge. Okay, so this angle is naturally forward, out of line on the 7, so he'll have to do something special here.
So would you call that being on the wrong side, Jimmy?
Yes,
So
definitely.
that's on the wrong side. So we're just trying to sort of discuss a little bit about being on the right side and wrong side for people.
Here. So he'll spin this back towards this long rail and then back over behind the 7. Straight in line on that round ball. There you go. Wow, that was played. Oh, look at that. Picture perfect again.
Just amazing to watch, isn't it? Just amazing to watch.
Yeah, he's in stroke today.
Yeah, he's very much in his zone. He is dialed in, Marco.
He must have a date tonight. Wants to get out of here early.
Wouldn't want to do that, would he, Jimmy? He's focused. Marco will go home and practice for an hour, mate. That's the difference between me and you and him.
2 rails.
Focus, Jimmy, focus.
Forward. Is he a little bit short? He's shorter than he would have wanted.
Yeah, now difficult shot here on the 10. Yeah. He's going to have to play a very, very good shot here. Does he even consider playing safety here, Jimmy, or is he just going to just... I mean, really the only safety shot would be putting the 10 right on the rail at one end and bringing the cue ball back the other, but the middle of the ball probably wouldn't allow that, would it?
She aren't certain with the shot, overcut it. So it hits the rail and sits on the bottom rail, but he'll be...
Runs it, misses it, misses it.
There you go. Weight, look at the weight.
But he might have got away with it.
Yeah.
Because that was the safety shot. If you're deliberately looking to play it, that would have been your safety shot, wouldn't it?
Yeah, two-way shot, they call it.
Yeah, so...
Go for the pot and also the safety at the same time.
I think Hassan's just got to go for this.
No, he's going to bounce it up onto the long rail, make Marco play either double or a long shot. And that's a pretty good shot there.
Can he bank this?
No. Bottom corner here, he might be able to, but not a straight bank.
Why is that? The angle not there, Jimmy?
Yeah, the angle's not there, so he's gone for the bottom corner. So if he plays this short, it's going to sit on the back rail again, the bottom rail here.
This is actually the top left, isn't it, that he's actually technically going for, or the top right.
See, look how short he made it, so it sits right there again.
So this real game of cat and mouse now, ladies and gentlemen. Two blinks first now.
Now he has to have a go, backwards. So this do or die here.
So he's trying to put this right in the pocket that he's closest to now.
Yep, and all he's hoping for is a little bit of luck.
So
he doesn't make it, he needs some luck, Mark.
Nothing ventured, nothing gained. So arguably matches on the line here. And he brings it down. Good angle, good angle. It's going to drop, and there it is. That's brilliant from Hassan Abdallah. Snatches another one, 4 frames to 2. So it is still game on, ladies and gentlemen. Just those little errors costing both players at key times. But settle back, folks. 4 frames to 2. It's interesting, Egypt, one of the things I was lucky enough to do this year as a commentator was to do the Māori Cup, which is I think the most prestigious trophy in rowing. Schoolboy rowing for the 8s, for the boys 8s. It's been going 76 years, but it was actually donated. The trophy itself was actually donated by the Egyptians to the New Zealand Armed Services back in World War II.
Oh, cool.
And there was a Māori camp, and that was somewhere on they used to race the Egyptians in rowing on the Nile.
Wow.
And so that's the trophy's the shape of a pyramid. And so there's a lovely connection between Egypt and New Zealand and New Zealand rowing.
How many years that
76 years, yeah. The Mitre Mount Abbott Grammar School won the first ever. And then it's got a very famous base, which was also built in the woodwork shop at Mount Abbott Grammar School. And this year it was, okay, well, you don't see that very often, a miscue off the break.
Okay, so Marco can...
So what's happening here? I'll get you to
talk us through. Well, I thought he touched it, but he said something to Marco. Marco had a look at it and has given him the break back.
Oh, that's good sportsmanship, isn't it? I mean...
Yeah, it sounded like he hit the white ball, but there you go.
Ball's gone down, so maybe a little bit of natural justice here.
Yes.
So Marco's going to come back to the table. We've seen the 4-ball drop. Now, just getting back to that Māori Cup, so 76 years it's been going, and only 17 schools have ever won it. And this year it was St. Bede's of Christchurch.
Wow. And are they all schools from New Zealand?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
tough, but it's very hard to get
Yeah.
boys in their final 2 years at school to find 8 guys who can row an 8. You know, it's very hard. You've got to have, you've got to have a good rowing program, and you've just got to sometimes just be a little bit lucky with your year and getting the right group of kids that have come through.
So, Mark, if you want to watch some bar box pool next weekend, we have the VNEA Senior League, which we're playing for a prize pool of over 5,000. Be close to $10,000 prize pool. So that's next Saturday. Also have the AGM for the Masse Club Incorporated. And they put on food and drinks and all sorts. So am I going to see you there?
We are. And that's
Excellent.
just on the Saturday, is it?
Yeah, just a one-day tournament. And then the Sundays, I think they might have the juniors as well. Might see a snooker here behind the orange ball. Yeah, he's just...
Yeah, the precision, the master.
Oh, a fraction too hard. He's left it on.
But it's interesting, isn't it,
Okay.
how you talk about sport, though, just coming down to really small percentages, and this is just a great sport for that too, isn't it? Just be off by just the smallest fraction, and you find yourself, suddenly going from winning a frame to losing a frame. Can come down to a good night's sleep and just your ability to concentrate.
He wants to sit this 3-ball on the back rail there, or get the white ball safe, or make distance. So he's done neither of those.
Yeah,
Don't know
just
why he
seems-
played it like that.
No,
yeah.
he just seems a little rattled at the moment. It's almost like, as I said, we said this before, but you just sort of sense with Marco that his reputation, that he just lives rent-free inside people's head, doesn't he? He just forces players to maybe be just a little bit more jittery, not as
of course,
relaxed,
yeah,
not as
yeah.
relaxed, and clearly don't underestimate having television cameras on you and the Apex lights.
Nice stroke. A little bit straight here. See, so he's on the wrong side there, Mark, but he might be able to make angle. But it's a little bit harder.
Does he have a safety shot here? Does he decide at some
No.
point now to play sort of...
No, that's never a thought there. No safety here. Just pot the ball and try and get in behind the green ball for the opposite left corner pocket here. Look at that. He's played that with perfection, Mark. Wow. Couldn't get any better if you put the white ball there. So this is the tricky part of the frame here. Where's he going to put that 8-ball? He could run into it.
So don't go away, folks. We've got a second semi-final still to come, and then, of course, we'll bring you the final of this NZPA New Zealand. Oh, he missed it.
Yeah, but he's run into it as well. So he's opened up the 8-ball.
A couple of uncharacteristic shots from Marco in this semi-final.
Yeah, if Hassan can win this, he's going to put a bit of pressure on.
Yeah.
4-3 down, not much. But he needs a little bit of luck as well. And this is the little bit of luck he needed.
Marco bring out the jump cue here, or...
No, he's going to probably swerve around this and try and pot it.
No, I think he's got an angle there, hasn't he? Yeah, he has.
Oh, yeah, you can see it straight on.
Straight on. Great shot, that above camera shot. Ooh.
Jeez.
Yep. So, Marco just needs to settle things down here a little bit. A little uncharacteristic at the moment, but that is also the pressure that Hassan Abdullah is putting on him.
Okay, put your eggs in one basket and just pot the 8.
What's he looking to do here? Is he looking to try and win the frame here?
Yeah, of course, yeah. He's going to either pot that off the...
He's going to just try and pocket the 10 ball.
No, pocket the 8-ball. Oh, wow. See, he's under a bit of pressure here now. Now it's going to be a different game, folks. 3 balls for San. He just hung in there.
Well, that's what he's doing, though. He's just hanging in there, isn't
Yeah.
he? He's not actually playing the better pool. He's hanging in there. He's waiting for the mistake and then just
Exactly.
capitalising. Toysha's doing the work, and then he's just coming in and going, hey, if you're going to make some unforced errors, and he's going to take it to 4 frames to 3, and just like that, Marco Toysha goes from 4 frames to nothing to suddenly now leading by just the 1 frame. And what is ending up being a very, very good semi-final. And Marco Teuscher, well, he'll just need to slow things down a little bit. Just needs to refocus. And he'll know that. And that's the difference between a guy like Marco and maybe a junior coming through. He's learnt how to deal with adversity. Just going, and we were talking about the Māori Cup there in rowing.
Yep.
So they race over 2,000 metres. And phenomenal time this year. They rowed, I think, in about 5 minutes 40. But first and second were separated by 1/500th of a second.
Holy
1/500th of a second. So they raced that. You've got 2 school crews. I mean, you've got 8 in the final, and it comes down to 1/500th of a second. You've got to go to the photo. Then you've got to study the photo.
Amazing.
But it's, again, isn't it? It's small percentages in sport, and as we said, this game's no different. So 4 balls gone. We've also lost the red. What have we lost? The orange 5.
Unbelievable. Look how the luck's changed now, Mark. See, that 2 ball is now tied up. He's got the 1 ball. Oh, actually, it's on here. Got a good angle there. But can he get back behind that angle?
Well, he's got to now find his rhythm.
Yeah, well, he's...
Because you sense that there has been a momentum shift, and it's back with Hassan Abdallah, and we know that you often see sport where you see the momentum shifts. Now, Teuscher needs to somehow wrestle it back.
So with the shot here, he's on the wrong side of the 1 to head towards that 2. So you can't roll towards that 2 and get him behind the 2 and pot it in the left top corner. He has to make some sort of special shot, or look at his percentages. Easy pot, but he doesn't want to take it.
No, I think this is a smart play. I think this is a smart play
yeah,
here
very
from Marco.
smart. Look at this.
I think he
look
just...
at this.
Yep, I just think he's now wanting
to
put it back on Hassan now.
Yeah, that could be the winning shot there.
Yeah, brilliant from Teuscher. And that's also the ability, isn't it, to be able to make that decision. I mean, I think we're all gamblers at heart, aren't we? And sometimes you just want to go, nah. But the smart ones know when to walk. What's the song? The Gambler?
Gambler,
You got to know when to hold. Got to know when to fold.
Even
You got to know when to walk away from trouble, Jimmy.
Yeah, even though Marco's got a ball in hand here, he's still got to get to that 2 ball.
Yeah, I think he knows what he's doing here, though, doesn't he?
Wow. He's going to have to come, well, I don't know. Yeah, he's going 2 rails, I think, or he's going to slide him behind the 3. He can screw back behind the 3.
Dying to see the caribou.
Red ball.
Dying to see the caribou
Deep.
come out.
Deep screw here. It'll be perfect on that blue ball.
Watch this master at work.
There you go.
Yeah, just squeezes
he's on
it
the
past.
right side too. Look at that.
So now a chance here for Teuscher to go to the hill.
Natural angle to get to the red ball.
There you go. And look at the black glove. The hand of a gunslinger. Right there, folks.
Oh, a little bit too hard.
I've
Things have changed. Look at this. Wow. Might have a shot. Red to brown. Pot the brown. A little bit lucky there to get this angle. Or this shot.
Heading overseas shortly, and so he'll be wanting the challenge. He'll be wanting the challenge, but if he wanted to win this, he won't want to go to 4 frames.
Talking about overseas, Mark, we've got Matt Edwards and Sullivan Clark over there at the moment.
Yeah, how's Matt getting on? First time I watched him a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, well,
He looks the
they're
goods,
playing,
doesn't he, Matt Edwards?
Oh, yeah, he's got the goods. Definitely got the goods. But they're playing the World Cup of Pool, I think it is.
And they're playing together, are they?
Yes.
Oh, that's a nice combination. And what format of Q Sports are they playing there?
Scotch pairs, 1 shot each.
And that's in what?
Teams event, World Teams event.
8 ball. Oh, I missed it.
We got lucky too.
Sorry, what format of Q Sports? 8 ball, 10 ball?
9 ball.
9
yeah.
ball. Okay.
Well, he didn't get lucky. He's left Hassan. This is where Hassan can shine.
Yeah, well,
This is
Hassan.
where everything can
feel
change
of
here.
Hassan.
No.
This is the shot. Yeah.
Yeah, he's giving it
Just
back.
doesn't Hassan? He plays with very open starts. He seems quite doesn't quite seem to be
Settled, eh? He
Yeah,
still
just-
seems to be a bit jiggery.
a little upright.
If you would have stroked that in and just potted the ball, played it a little bit too hard.
You look at Teuscher. He's just one with everything, isn't it? It's just this sort of clean motion, just all the way through from the follow through. Keeps that head down.
That frame would have been good for Hassan, but now I think it's more in favour of Marco taking it out.
Yeah, well,
Screw back off the side rail.
Got to get it done now, though, because
Yeah.
we've seen a few errors creep in here for Marco Teuscher, which is very uncharacteristic. Just seems to have lost a little bit of control in regards to the speed on this table, Marco Teuscher.
Great shot.
And now, does he pull it back?
Watch how he plays the stop shot and just drifts a little bit towards that black ball.
Jimmy, growing up, it was always 8 ball for you, was it?
A lot of 8 ball.
When did 9 ball sort of start to introduce itself here?
Well, it was here in the...
Has it always been here?
Yeah, the mid-90s.
Yep. And when did you first sort of discover it?
Early 90s, yeah.
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 But through the 80s and stuff for you, it was always Paul?
Yeah, 8 ball,
8 ball,
yeah.
yeah.
Yep. Okay, beautiful shot by Marco.
And how long did it take you to appreciate the 9 ball format?
Oh, it still took me a while. You know, we were new to it. So it was quite a hard game to pick up.
Well, it appears so more simplistic, doesn't it?
Yeah, it is, yeah. Very
And-
much is, but it's, you know, it's
But you
an
can
orientated game.
But you can understand the popularity of it too.
Oh, very popular,
There's
yeah.
balls on the table. And we've said that about one thing Americans do well. They can cop some criticism at times. Well, some people say, oh, they might bastardise sport, if I can use that term. But what they actually do, they love to take the best
Simplify.
attributes of a sport, simplify it, and then allow the masses to enjoy it.
Yes.
And that's why they end up being so big and commercially successful.
Oh, very much, yeah.
So Marco Teuscher there.
Yeah, this is probably one of the most, 9 ball is probably one of the most played cue sports in the world.
Yeah, well, I remember playing it in Japan in 1989 or 1990 possibly.
Yeah.
As I say, in a place called Chigasaki in Kanagawa Prefecture in Japan. Really had no idea about cue placement at all or getting the cue ball around the table. It was just a simple case of pot a ball and worry about where the next one was.
But now you know it off by heart.
Well, you might know it doesn't mean you can execute it, Jimmy.
Okay, what can he do here, Mark?
Okay, let's have a look. What have we got down?
He hasn't got a shot at the one, so...
He's going to have to play safety, isn't he?
Yep. Push out. So anybody that does want Predator gear, just ring up Marco at the office. And he'll lead you the right way. He'll lead the way.
Yeah, too. And I mean, you know, while you're there, have a chat to Marco. You might be able to convince him or talk him into playing a frame with him at some point.
Yep, they've got a pool table there. Test your cues and a lot of other cues I've got, snooker cues, all sorts of cues.
And I'd imagine too, once you've spent some money on a cue, it's not something you need to change out, is it?
No.
You've got it then,
It's a
haven't you?
lifetime, yeah.
Yeah,
Lifetime
you've got it.
bit of furniture.
Yeah.
Got it there for life.
Oh, now let's have a look here. 1, 2. Comes back for that
Purple.
4 ball. How difficult is the 2 to the 4, Jimmy?
Yeah, it's quite a tricky shot.
So
But
2.
he's got, look at the angle he's left him so he can get easily behind the 4. This angle will take him towards the 4. Just got to manipulate that wide a little bit and get it to where you want it to go. Just by using a little bit of spin.
Yeah, just want to acknowledge the New Zealand Pool Association, NZPA. This is an NZPA tournament, courtesy of Predator and, of course, Masse.
Nice bit of spin, perfect. Wow. Couldn't have placed the ball there with your hand if you tried, Mark. A little bit straight, but he wants to draw it back to that angle there, where he's pointing now. He wants the white ball right back to where it is. If you can achieve that, it's all over. Only tricky part of this run out is that one shot.
So he's on the hill. He's 1 frame away from moving into another final, Marco Teuscher.
A little bit short, but he still should be all right. Is it on? Yes, he can hit it. Green ball in the middle pocket, I'd say. Draw it back towards that gap. No, he's keeping it simple down the end.
Okay, so it's just a case here of one by one, but we have seen him make a couple of very uncharacteristic unforced errors. So this is a sport that can be a little bit like tennis, where you beat yourself if you're not careful.
Nice drawback for the brown ball in the opposite middle pocket.
And watch that, Jimmy says it. There we go, that's a great example of it.
Oh, it's all over here. All stop shots now. Just run this in, come back off the rail if it's got angle.
Just doesn't want to miss this one. Remember those middle pockets have got a square corner on them. They can be nasty.
You can just hold the white ball here, cheat the pocket, stop it there.
Will he just come off the rail here, Jimmy?
No, he'll just stop it there, just
Gonna
drift
stop
down.
it. Okay, so he does have a line.
Yeah, drift down,
Yep.
look at that.
Wasn't sure initially whether there was a line there between the 9 and the 10 in that same pocket, but clearly is. And there we go, that's a great example of it.
Okay,
So
folks, it's all over.
that's one. And now this to move into the final. Standing on the hills and the mountains of dreams, telling himself it's not as hard as it seems. And this to move into the final, and just like that, wins it by 6 frames to 3 over Hassan Abdallah. So yet again, another final from the gunslinger from Eindhoven. He will now wait to meet the winner of the next semi-final between, Jimmy?
Cassie Dong and who was the other one? Neil Barnes.
And Neil Barnes. So we'll bring you that next here, live from the Masse Club in Pukekohe. It is the Predator New Zealand 10-ball Auckland Open competition.
2 minutes time, I'd say.
In 2 minutes' time.
Thank you.
Yes, a very good afternoon and welcome back to the Masse Club in Pukekohe. It is the Predator New Zealand 10-ball tour. It is the Auckland Open. It is the second semi-final. The winner of this to take on Marco Toisha in this afternoon's final. It is Neil Barnes of Wales up against, well, originally from Wales these days, living here in New Zealand, up against Casey Dong. Joining me in commentary, the man they call the Professor, Jimmy Henry. Jimmy, what time is it?
It's showtime.
And now we welcome both players to the table for the lag to see who will break first in the race to 6 frames. And so, Casey Dong and Neil Barnes. So I haven't seen either of these players before, Jimmy, so you can provide a bit more background.
Yeah, very good players. Neil's been around for a while. He's been always roundabouts. He's been near the finals quite a few times.
But it will be
Casey.
Yep, and it'll be Casey who wins the lag, and therefore she will break.
Yeah, she's got a lot of experience. A little bit of snooker background, bit of pool. You might have seen her at the Levin Classic.
Yeah, well, I was just talking to Neil too, just saying the first time he's played on this table, he'll know that he needs to make those little adjustments that we talk about for every match on this particular table. Runs a little bit faster than maybe some of the outside tables.
Yeah, well, Neil had a good, qualifying day yesterday at Pool and Blues, so he won his section, and I was watching some of the scores, and he's in real good form.
So good break here from Casey. See the one ball go down, but a large all across that right-hand side of the table as we look at it from the break end. And so let's have a look. 2-ball is in a precarious position. 10-ball comes back up onto the table, so that went down as well. So again, no flukes. That's why when the 10-ball does go off the break, they put it back up on the table. Object of this game is to sink the 10-ball after you've gone through the other balls on the table in numerical order. But now, what does she do here? Does she have a crack immediately?
Yes, she's definitely an attacking player. Play that too and get back to near the centre of the table. Just got to watch out for the in-off. Oh,
yep, ball down. Let's just have a look here. So it gets herself on the right side of that 3. And bring back for the... Is there a pocket for that 4-ball, Jimmy?
Well, the 3-ball, I think she might play a safety here and sitting behind this 9-ball.
Okay, my apologies. I was looking at that
Red
orange.
ball,
I was
yeah.
looking at the orange 5, which I thought was the. Sometimes my colour blindness kicks in, Jimmy.
Yeah, she tried to play in behind the 9 ball.
Has opened it up now, though, for Neil Barnes.
Yeah, both players still got to settle in. Whoever settles in the quickest and feels comfortable shall prevail.
The reason for the glove, Jimmy, is that just simply to get a smoother,
Yeah, much
smoother through, less friction or better
yes,
friction?
that's
Less
the word.
friction? Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly the word. You know, it doesn't like if you get a dirty shaft, there's sort of like friction there. Not nice smooth stroke, nice smooth feeling. It's not sticky or anything. That's part of the reason. Sticky. Okay, I wonder if he's going to go around the world and go in between the 6 ball and 8 ball to come back up for the 5. There he does. He goes, tries it. He tried to. Just getting into that 6, which he didn't want. Took him out of line. Much harder shot now. Key here is just to focus on potting the ball. Don't worry about the white ball. Tough shot off the rail. This is like a Chinese snooker mark when you're playing off the rail as well.
Yeah, and what we mean by that, you've got to get down over the cue ball, so therefore you don't have the ability to play below the centre of the ball. You can't control the cue ball with the spin or screw that you hope for.
Okay, a golden opportunity for Casey. 5 looks good. Keep on the right side of the green ball. She should be all right. Soft touch, soft hands. Good line, nice line. The only thing with Casey would be her cue might let her down with shots. Draw back for the brown ball. She's comfortable with that snooker cue, but it's not designed for these sort of balls and tables.
Yeah,
But
much thinner tip on the snooker cue, isn't there?
yeah, so a lot of snooker players that do come over use the snooker cue.
Well, it's like I say, it's what you're comfortable with, isn't it? I mean, you've got to be comfortable with the tools of the trade. And if you feel you've got a better feel with the snooker cue versus a more traditional 9 ball or pool cue, so be it.
Yeah, Casey's been playing for about 1.5 years, she says.
Done really well to get through to semi-finals of this tournament.
Oh, definitely. So she beat Tone Nugent in the quarters.
Yeah, and that's not easy to do, is it?
Oh, definitely not. Look at that. That's good. Perfect position.
You really good example there too when you just look at the snooker cue tip there, just how much narrow, how much finer the point is on the end versus that of the traditional pool cue.
So those snooker cues are designed to hit a 2-inch ball
Versus
a 2 1/4 inch. It's a much bigger ball, much heavier ball.
oh, good shot, great
yeah.
shot, great shot. Now a real chance here to wrap this frame up. Should be basic from this level, this degree of player. Still got to reach a little bit.
It's got to pot the ball. A little bit of draw, but just hold it there.
There's one.
Oh, a little bit too
Screws
hard.
it back across and just comes back now. So put herself in a difficult situation here.
Yeah, a lot of reaction off that smaller tip cue. Harder to control this bigger ball. Just my personal opinion, but if you get Steve Davis using one of these cues, which he has in this sort of game, you can tell me different.
Big shot here for the frame, It misses and now door open. So Neil Barnes comes to the table. Not an easy shot though for Barnes.
No.
He cannot, I don't think he can cut that into that corner, can he? He might have to go to that far end.
Yeah, or look at the double. You look at a bank shot. You might be able to just get away with it. A little bit tricky. Could go in off if he tries to pocket in the bottom right-hand corner here. I'd say you'd either look for safety or bank it. Oh no, he's going for the corner. That white ball's going to just go straight in the middle, I'd say.
30-second shot clock. They do have room for one extension.
He's gone away from that corner pocket pot, I'd say. Yeah. Just make some distance.
Yeah, that's not a bad safety shot. But it is an opportunity now for Casey Dong.
And if anybody knows the Levin Classic, she has been in the semi-finals. Very good technique. Nothing moves at all. Look at that.
Yeah,
There
nicely
you go.
done and gets the job done. Finally, Casey Dong goes up by 1 frame to nothing in the race to 6 over Neil Barnes of Wales, who's been living here since 2011. And so I guess that's just an opportunity for both players to settle a bit,
Yeah,
Jimmy.
settle in, yeah. They
Get a
both,
bit of a feel for the table, get a feel for the lights, hear you in the background. Hear my dulcet romantic tones as well, Jimmy.
yeah.
See if I don't talk myself up, Jimmy, nobody will. Tell you what, it's been some very good players, snooker players particularly, that have come out of Wales, the likes of Ray Reardon, Terry Griffiths,
Yes, I've heard of all of them.
Matthew Stevens, Mark Williams, Darren Morgan. I always remember growing up the great Doug Mountjoy.
Yep. So in the last 16, Neil played Victor Wu, won 5-0 there. Then he went on to beat Cash 6-4, sorry. Okay, what can we do here, Mark? What can you do after the break? Come on, you should know by now.
Well, yep, he's going to decide to push out.
It's the one.
I got there, Jimmy. You didn't need the hand signals, big guy. I thought you were going to drop down and do press-ups in a minute there, Jimmy. You ever done press-ups?
Yeah, used to do quite a few.
Yeah, used to,
Back in the
Jimmy.
day.
Used to, eh?
Yeah. Getting a little bit lazy as I get older.
Jimmy, we've had a lot of people texting and wanting to know why you called. I'll wait for the shot, in fact, here, and then we'll ask the question. And so, just going to give that ball away.
Well, yeah.
Why do they call you the professor, Jimmy?
Because I take people back to school, Marky.
It's a beautiful thing, Jimmy. It's a beautiful thing, Jimmy.
Okay, Casey with a nice open table. No clusters. Pretty straightforward. First 2 or 3 shots. Once it gets to the 4, 5, 6, 7 later, all easy. The 4 balls are key here to get to. Nice touch. So it just depends what she does with the red ball. Probably stop the white ball there. Have to hit this quite hard because of the weight of the ball.
Oh, missed it. Missed it. Cue ball's going down. And so, Neil Barnes, opportunity. Let's have a look at what Neil's got there, because
Yeah.
any difficulty there for him, Jimmy? What's the ball that's going to offer him the greatest degree of difficulty beyond the immediate ball which he needs to play now, which is the 2 ball?
Yeah, well, I think just getting to that purple ball will be this hard part of the run out. I mean, even getting onto that red ball looks quite a challenge. Okay, so just draw back to that red ball, I think. He's using the carbon fibre shaft as well. Okay, he's keeping it basic, but did he go a little bit too hard? No, he's all right. See, there's the key here, is where's he going to put that purple ball? Could be in the same pocket, Mark.
And big moments now. Oh, missed it. They're going to have to play, well, whoever wins this, they're going to have to play better than this if they're to get past Toysha in that final. But you can understand at the moment that it's a little bit of nerves.
Yeah, TV table,
A little
big
bit
lights.
of pressure. Yep, it is. And don't underestimate that. They're what we call the peripheral things that you often get in sport. And it's like, I'll give you a really good example of it shortly at the highest level.
Oh, great. Wow, unlucky.
Yeah,
Okay,
and
here it
off.
is. Okay, see, so the purple ball was key here to win the frame. So now he's on the purple ball, he should win the frame.
Yeah, talk about the peripheral things. It's like you see athletes who go to the Olympic Games as a favourite, and then they get to the Olympics and suddenly it's on a scale like they've not imagined, and it's suddenly there's a village. There's opening ceremonies, there's media, there's the Olympic rings, there's the history. And all of those little things can add up, and suddenly you feel like the weight of expectation. And some have no problem, but some really struggle with it. And that's why you often see athlete, it takes them probably one Olympic Games to actually end up getting it right.
I'm unsure why he's going this way. He's looking for the 3-foul snooker, or even putting that purple ball there. He can put the, if he got ball in hand, he could put the purple ball onto the 10 ball,
How many?
which gives him the easy win. But I would have probably run out there if I had that opportunity.
Does he have the confidence at the moment? And that's the other thing, isn't it? You've made the semi-final because you've been playing a certain way for a reason, and then you suddenly come in and you decide to change things, and that can work to your detriment. And
Yeah.
that's the mental side of sport.
And that's what could happen. Something lucky like that to the other player. Now
Yeah, you sort of feel like he had an opportunity, didn't he? And he's just given it straight
Oh,
back to Casey. Just
yeah.
didn't back himself.
yeah, he had a great opportunity. It's what people strive for when they get that opportunity.
Well, he's got away with it.
Yeah, he has.
Yeah, it's a nice piece
hang
of
on,
play.
hang on. Look where that purple ball's going, right in front of the 10 ball.
Yeah, but has he got it line through? I think he has, hasn't he?
So,
Chance here now for Casey. She's going to go for it, surely. Might just go above the table, have a look here. So purple 4 onto the red 10, onto the striped blue 10.
gives them an automatic win.
Mind you, if that cue ball for some reason teeters on the edge, it can go back the other way, can't it? So does she, how much weight does she need to play here, Jimmy?
Okay, 10 in the corner.
It's on its way, it's
There
on
you
its
go.
way, and there it is. Really well played by Casey Dong. Goes up 2 frames to nothing over Neil Barnes. Took the plant, took the opportunity. And you just wonder, though, whether Neil Barnes opened the door unnecessarily and allowed Casey Dong to walk through. Can he make that mental shift? Find that confidence back himself, believe in himself? Because I think Jimmy, that decision that he made probably went against what you thought he would do.
Yeah, well, yeah, the chance was there for him to run it out, but he chose to go for 3 snookers and maybe put that 4 down near the 10 ball for an early finish. But it backfired. So he'll just hang in there like good players do and just wait his time.
Let's have a look at the break here.
Yeah, she got a good break.
So what have we lost?
Oh,
We've
wow.
lost something. What have we lost? The orange 5, have we?
Yes, you're right there, Mark. Orange 5 is gone.
And so 1, 2, does 2 have a pocket, Jimmy?
Well, she'll make one after the shot.
Okay, so she's going to shift something. What, she's shifting that,
Yes.
shifting the 10 or shifting the brown 7?
Yeah, one of the two. She'll just go into that little cluster. Screw into it.
Nice high on that bridge.
Have to hit the white ball a little bit lower to catch it, but nice. A little bit unlucky. No shot on the 2, so
Safety.
yeah, definitely safety.
So looking to play a safety shot now. And what we mean by that is really just trying to either snooker Neil Barnes or put him in a situation where he can't sink the object ball. And hopefully in the process of trying to do something,
Here's
opens the door for Casey.
It's behind the brown ball. Still not too bad. Neil can come up with a better safety here. Sit right on the red ball. Double that blue ball out towards the purple.
Jimmy, how much work is done on the defensive game? I mean, I'd imagine you spend a lot of time pocketing balls. You'd probably imagine have a lot of drills in terms of moving the cue ball around the table. But the defensive side of it, you'd imagine it's almost as, well, it's probably as important
Oh, definitely,
His
yeah.
sinking balls.
You
And
need
so how much work do you do on that?
You do a lot of work, you know. You need to put the hours in to play that defensive game. And usually in games, you see it like, you know, when we watch Masse, we see him in those defensive situations, what he plays, and that's how you learn. See what he does, and then just learn off people like that, or you just learn off experience.
Oh, missed it. So, chance now for Neil to come to the table.
Gee, this time he's got to take a 2-ball and 3-ball and go for a run out.
Yeah. Well, he has to, doesn't he? He's down by 2. He won't really get down by 3 frames.
Start shooting balls.
Yeah. He's got to take his chances now. The man from Wales.
Famous name, Barnes, isn't it?
Yeah.
Soccer player Barnes. And
yeah. John Barnes played
Jimmy
for Liverpool.
Barnes.
Jimmy Barnes, the singer. Yeah.
We've got Sheridan doing the time, making sure they play within the 30-second rule.
There's one.
Yeah, a little bit too hard.
Yep.
Out of line. Okay, now he might have to look for safety, folks. Sit behind the brown ball. Double the red ball to the centre of the table, maybe.
There was also David Barnes. David Barnes skippered Team New Zealand in the Big Boat Challenge in the
Yes.
1986-87 America's Cup, the rival challenge where Dennis Conner came out. It might have been even 88 when Dennis Conner came out on the catamaran.
So that was legal what Dennis O'Connor done?
Well,
Dennis
no,
Conner?
Dennis Conner did it within, well, we
Within the
technically
rules.
won the America's Cup for 3 months there, and then we lost it again in court. But like it's, you know, a dirty Dennis, the America's Cup, it is what it is. It's part of what makes the America's Cup the America's Cup. If you think it's going to somehow not have a level of controversy, you're kidding yourself. So anyway, let's see what this Barnes from Wales can do. Big shot, this one. Big shot, great shot. Now, what's he done with that cue ball? Game on, but some work to do.
Yeah, got a bit of a Chinese snooker. Has a jack up over the 9-ball, which makes it that little bit harder.
Yeah, loses control of the cue ball. The fact that he can't necessarily go below the central point of the cue ball. And we missed it now. This, you
Wow.
would say, is a table for Casey Dong, a player of her ability from a snooker background. Should be able to get the job done from here.
Yeah, just has to move that 9-ball somewhere along the line. Okay, so she can put the 6, 7 and 8, get to the 9 and maybe play a snooker. Or move it with the 7-ball, leave herself an angle. Oh, she wants to move it now, early. What a great shot, Mark, that was a great shot.
Okay, what pocket are we looking at with the 7-ball?
Well, it looks like it's on in the middle, and if she can pull this 7 in the middle off, she'll be straight behind the black ball.
Oh, just those corners on those middle pockets just scare me though, Jimmy.
Yes, they scare everyone.
They just scare me.
Seen many people miss the middle pocket, including myself.
They just look at that. That's just not an easy shot, is it? It's not.
Yeah, she
Boy.
doesn't want to go down the table because she'll lose position on the 8-ball, so it has to go in that middle.
I'm almost going to sense that I reckon the semi-final match is on this shot. If she can get to 3
Yes.
frames right now, it's going to be very hard for Neil to come back.
So here's a 2-way shot here, Mark. If she plays this with enough pace, she'll be hiding in behind the black if she misses, and the 7 will be up table.
Oh, lovely weight, great shot, great shot. That is good under pressure from Casey Dong.
Yeah, I was talking to her yesterday and said, you know, she was saying that she's playing bad. I just said, hang on there, you know, things could change. And all of a sudden, she's near this final.
Well, that's it though, isn't it? Sometimes you wake up one day, it's not there, you hang tough, you get in there and you go, look, I know what I'm capable of, and then you just hope it comes at the right time. And it's funny, and from a rugby sense, you sort of sense that a little bit with the Blues at the moment in rugby. I don't know if you've been watching much, but the Blues have looked sort of all out of sorts all season, but you just feel that
They've got it there.
the result's still there. Now, can they
Yeah.
beat the Crusaders? I'm not sure, but if they play the way they're capable of, and we've seen in moments, they can, and I think that's a message for all the sport, isn't it? And there we go. So 3 frames to nothing. Casey Dong now 3 frames away from moving to the final against a gunslinger from Eindhoven, Marco Teuscher. So Neil Barnes has got some work to do.
Just got to hang in there. Things change, as we saw in the last game. Hassan down 4-0, come back to 4-3, had plenty of opportunities to go ahead, or even. This is what Neil Barnes will be looking for. Just need that 1 frame to get him off to maybe a big roll. That 1 frame makes a big difference if you can get it. It'll settle him right down, getting that 1 frame there, Mark.
Yeah, and sometimes that's it, isn't it? We talk about, we know there's going to be a momentum shift at some point. You see it in sport all the time. Try break, but let's have a look at the split there on the table, Jimmy. So when you run your eye across that, what ball is going to provide the greatest degree of difficulty?
Well, Mark, there's nothing really there that's tied up, so they're all in the open. It's all about just positional play.
Yep, just joining the dots.
Yes. And this one here takes Casey up to the blue ball. Overcut it. Oh, so she would have been on that blue ball perfectly. And look at that, a little bit of luck her way.
Yeah, that's not an easy shot, is it?
I think we might need a ref here. It's going to be close. Should be able to stop the white ball there and get a shot at the blue ball. Nice. Needs to be behind that red ball. Come into this bottom right pocket as we look at it. It needs a little bit of luck to...
Oh.
Got the position too. Look at that. Wow.
And now, I just still don't...
Still not over yet, is it?
No,
Long
it's
way
not.
from over.
No, it's not. I still don't sort of get a feel, though, that Casey still has the ability to necessarily run the rack. And so...
That's a good shot there.
But in saying that, Jimmy...
Yeah, it's all...
as you've said from the start, it's all in the open, isn't it?
Yeah, they're all in the open.
So chance here for Casey Dong to really just stamp her class and authority over the second semi-final.
See, and that's where that small tip lets her down, is the power. A bigger tip would have got you around there easy.
So going from a position of authority now to one of uncertainty, such as the game of 10 ball. So Casey Dong, big opportunity here, big shot, key moment.
Oh, nice shot.
In this 4th frame, showing her class and quality again.
That's a great shot.
Makes
great
the
position.
difficult look easy, as the great players do.
It's going to run forward, looks like it. Oh, wow, that's too well backwards. On the wrong side of the 6. See how she's travelling away from that brown ball, Mark? That's what we mean by on the wrong side. So has to pull off a big shot here.
Yeah, I think she'll just worry about potting this right now, won't she? And she gets wide,
Wow,
brings
she
it back
does.
across,
Wow.
brings it back across, going to get the rail. Lovely shot. Wow, that is very good from Casey Dong. You heard Jimmy, the professor, say she's on the wrong side, but she found a way, climbed her way back into the light.
And again on the wrong side of the 7 ball here. It's going to move away from the black, but she plays that nice. Just pots the ball.
Yeah, a little backspin on that, so going low on the cue ball. And
Okay, natural. Just follow through behind the 9 ball. Probably put that 9 ball in the middle. It's going to pot this ball first. Wow, just shuffled in there. You gave her the commentator's curse and said she wasn't going to finish.
I didn't say that, Jimmy. Did I say that, Jimmy? I might have said that, Jimmy. I do apologise if I did, Jimmy.
Look at that finish on the wrong side again. But that's still, wow, the ball she's pulled off so far.
Well, a snooker player, you would expect to finish this. I mean, as you said, the tables are bigger in snooker.
Got a funny feeling here.
You got a funny feeling, Jimmy? You don't think she's going to get it?
Yes, I had that funny feeling. Played all those big shots before the shot.
That's not an easy shot, though, for Neil Barnes either.
Jesus, deja vu. No,
Now, does he look to cut this in, or does he look to run this down the far end?
Well, Casey left him a shot like this earlier. The first frame was pretty much the same shot. I think he got to cut it. Cut it in the middle, folks.
Casey will be sitting there absolutely fuming inside.
Yeah,
Very calm demeanour on the outside.
No, it's going to cut it in the middle.
It's what I call a poker face. Not an easy shot, though. But let's have a look here. That's to go get himself on the table, on the board. Needs this, though. And cuts it, gets it in, and Neil Barnes takes a frame. And it is Casey Dong who leads by 3 frames to 1 in the race to 6.
Yeah, after pulling off... Sorry. After pulling off all those big shots, Mark, I was looking at that team thinking, well, another big shot? I don't think so. It was amazing, all those shots she pulled off.
Okay, now, so Casey Dong will come to the table and break, and we'll have a look and see just how much. Takes the ball across onto her left-hand side, so making on the angle, plenty of power in that. But a dry break, and just having a look here. Is there a pocket for that one ball? Can he cut that into that pocket, Jimmy, or can he run that down behind the 9?
Yeah, tough shot here. It doesn't look like it's on past the 9.
And then okay, you've got to...
He's got an option of pushing out if he likes. He might just push the 9 in front of the 9. I mean the 1 in front of the 9. Got our timekeeper, shooting Burmester.
Big bounce Burmester. He bounced out by 6 frames to 1 in his quarter-final against Marco Tuisha. Never really looked settled today. We know how good he can be, but that is the nature of sport. As I say, Jimmy, if it was easy, everybody would be playing it, mate. Sure what he's trying to do here.
Yeah, that's a good safety. Yeah, hide behind those wall of balls down the bottom there.
Brilliant in the finish.
Okay, we're gonna have
it was almost a little unorthodox, but he clearly knew what he was doing, and very effective in the finish. So well done to Neil Barnes. That is superb. And now Casey Dong. What can she do? And she will not find the one ball, and so Neil Barnes will have ball in hand. And now have an opportunity to design a way of joining the dots here and playing through this rack.
1 and 2 in the same pocket. The 3, I do not know. Just want to see what sort of angle he leaves himself on that 3 ball. We could see a 2-rail shot here. Follow through with a lot of force. Adding some left-hand spin.
So if he's to add left-hand spin, where's he aiming on the cue ball now, Jimmy?
So you think of a clock, Mark, you aim where the 11 is.
Okay.
Think of where the number 11 is.
So he's aiming high on the left-hand side.
See, there you go.
There you go. Brilliant.
Oh, no, he's going to come back. He's going to come back in between the gap.
Okay, so he screws it back.
Well, that's a great shot.
Yep. So where would he have been playing on the clock dial then?
So he would have played...
7?
Yeah, 7. You got it?
So lower, below the centre line. So if you imagine the ball having a, what do you call it, the equator, like Earth, he's sort of playing, well, he's playing down in New Zealand territory, isn't he?
That's
really?
Right. But yeah, exactly.
But out on our, on our west coast.
That's a good way to explain it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a great shot.
Now it comes across 4-5.
See what that one frame, you needed that one frame to get him off, you know?
Yep. Well, you see it a lot in football too. You see a striker in football will go through a period where they just can't seem to score a goal, and then they get one and the floodgates open.
Yep.
And it's a bit like that, isn't it? You just got to get that momentum, get off the mark. That one shot that just gives you that little pickup. Now, can't afford really to sit down now. Needs to be able to run this rack. He's going to bring out what we historically always called the jigger, but we call it the caribou, don't we? And what is a caribou, Jimmy?
A moose.
No.
Caribou?
Santa Claus has them, mate.
The reindeer.
Yeah,
Jeez,
come on, Jimmy.
Aren't they the
come
same?
on, Jimmy.
Moose and the reindeer are the same, aren't they?
I don't think so, Jimmy.
Both
I'm not
from
sure.
Canada.
Yeah, but are they? Are they the same? Are they genetically the same, Jimmy? We might need to Google that one. Someone maybe could text us in.
Yeah, Santa has mooses.
Well, it's got the moose head on it, hasn't it? That's what we're looking about. But let's have a look. I've got a little Google thing here, Jimmy, so I might just have a quick look and see if the difference between a moose and a caribou.
Same bloodlines. Yep, it says on my Google here. Yelch. Where's that six going to end up? Not bad. It ends up being a straight plant onto the brown ball.
Jimmy, so the greatest difference between caribou and moose are their size, antlers, and general morphology. Moose are a lot bigger than caribou, capable of reaching double their weight and more. Also, moose are taller and longer than caribou.
There you go.
There you go, Jimmy. You learn something every day here when you watch live, Paul.
Nice shot. Wow. On the rail, made it a little bit harder, but still just stroke it in.
3 balls away from going 4 frames to 1.
Keep a level cue.
You felt that momentum maybe had swung the way of Neil Barnes, but
Still there, I think. Still going to be there. Oh, that's
Nice
a great
shot.
shot. Not if Casey's playing like that, it won't be. A little bit straight, but okay.
great shot under pressure, and it is pressure, folks. Got to say, Jimmy, since working with you, I found I've incorporated the word folks a lot more into my commentary. It's very much your...
Oh, is it?
Yeah, you talk about, public people,
Oh,
the
it's-
audience, and you refer to them as folks, and I find myself using that terminology a lot more now.
Could use ladies and gentlemen.
Yep, there we go. So 4 frames to 1, Casey Dong. 2 frames away from moving through to the final. Neil Barnes has some work to do if he's to get back into this semi-final.
That was an important frame he just lost there.
Yeah, he just hasn't had time at the table, has he really? He just needs to break here.
Okay, folks, just a couple of minutes break.
Casey's just asked for a bathroom break, and so by the time Neil racks and everything won't be too far away. It's not in her best interest to try and change momentum. You see it in tennis where sometimes there's questions over when players take toilet breaks or medical breaks and stuff, whether it is just to shift momentum, slow things down a little bit, but she's clearly leading at 4 frames to 1.
But it does happen in the sport too, Mark.
I'm sure it does,
Yeah.
absolutely. And you're always going to push the grey. If the rules are there, you're gonna try and exploit them if you can.
Yes. Yeah. Next time we must, well, I don't think you should, if you're playing in a semi-final, final, and it's only a short race, you should play it out. Shouldn't be a toilet break. Should tell those players before they play, no toilet break. Full stop.
It's your job, Jimmy. I'm just the commentator. Hard but fair, Jimmy. Let's just talk about the equipment they're using from Predator today.
Yeah, Arcadia cloth, Arcos 2 balls, the arena lights, and the aero rack.
Okay.
Not to say the pool table, the Apex 9-foot pool table.
Now, the jigger, which we used to call it at home, what's it officially called?
Caraboose?
The caribou, or no, you call it was it the moose originally?
Yeah, the moose, yeah.
The moose. Okay, so we changed it up to the caribou, I think, when we were doing a Christmas, so
Yeah.
we've just done a little bit of thing. So what's the difference between a caribou and a moose, Jimmy?
Oh, geez, mate, I've forgotten already. The weight, the size, yeah. The weight,
Which
the
one's
size.
bigger?
The moose.
Okay, the moose. Yeah. No, but there's still discussion about whether there are moose down in the South Island of New Zealand and Fiordland that people have claimed they have seen moose. Most people will say no, they're deer, but there has been rumours that because there were moose originally put down there at some point, but I'm not sure they ever.
And where does the deer come into? Are they the same lines or?
Well, you'd imagine they're part of the same family, aren't they?
Well, they look the same.
Well, I'm not sure they look the same, Jimmy, but they've got antlers and they've
Yeah.
got 4 legs.
Yeah, that looks the same
Is that
to me.
enough?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Neil Barnes back into it. This is the 6th frame, folks, semi-final. In the race to 6.
That's a good break by Neil. Does he pot one?
You boys open the table up.
Yeah, it's wide open.
Wide open. 2 ball. 1 ball though, tough shot here. So safety option really.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So that's the first.
Casey's got this knowledge here to know where to hide the ball.
2 ball onto the 8 is there too if anyone wants to plant. Oh, just look at that.
Just makes distance.
Oh, opens the door though. But difficult second shot coming up. Depending on what he can do with the cue ball, he needs to try and bring that cue ball below the 2 ball.
Yeah, and he can. That's natural angle there. Go around 2 rails behind the 2 ball.
There's 1. Oh, missed the shot though. Boy,
He
good
was
use of the
perfect.
cue ball too, but
Yeah,
he
he
just
was
missed the
perfect.
1 ball, didn't he? So, played everything right other than just potting the ball.
Hit it fine. Come down table. Yep. Watch out for the 10 ball snooker or even the red ball snooker.
No, okay.
Nice little nudge.
So 2 onto the 8 here, Jimmy.
Have to be easiest way. Stay at the table
So the old famous plant.
and take your medicine. Let that white ball go and hopefully you get a shot at the 2. I don't like this shot. So the blue to the red ball is the hardest thing here, Mark.
Okay, so the 3 red, which is the next shot.
But in saying that, she just had a look at it and she can just touch the blue, have a shot at the 3.
Yeah, I'm not sure we've seen enough of Neil Barnes at the moment for her to...
Wow, see that shot.
Yeah,
Wow.
for her to be overly concerned that if she's not going to get another shot at the table.
That has been shot of the day with a snooker cue, folks.
Look at the screw on that, eh?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, the topspin made it do that.
And now this is the shot we talked about. Looks pretty good after this. Just got to bring it back up for the 4.
Crash into the 10 ball. Yeah, she was always going to do that. But got a good angle here to get back to the orange ball and make the same, leave the same angle. So if she pots this, she's going to pot exactly the same orange ball, same angle. A little bit too hard, and
back
she
to
has
that
got the
corner.
same angle. Look at that. Well, it's running all her way at the moment. Can't believe she's playing this well with a snooker cue.
Again, it's what suits her. It's what she's got the best feel for.
Wow, look at that. Inside English to make that white ball do that.
You'd think she'd get it done from here.
Well, this 7's still a little bit tricky. She's going to end up probably playing it in the middle pocket. Soft touch. Off 2 rails to the centre.
Yeah, nice soft touch. Nicely called, Jimmy. Nicely called. A little bit too much weight. A little bit too much. Might have got away with it, though.
Wow.
Boy, still not an easy shot, though, is it? She's looking to play this in the middle.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
Yeah. Or not looking to run this down the far end.
No.
No, looking to see the cut
Ooh,
shot there.
Yeah, just, well, it's
She needs to have a look at that, though,
Yeah.
doesn't she?
a delicate touch because she's got that angle.
She's asked for the extension.
She's got an angle that if she does cut it in, it's heading towards the 9 ball. She wants to put bottom on it to take it maybe before the 9 ball or past it and down and back up. Yeah, tricky angle. So with this shot here, Mark, she's heading towards that 9 ball.
Yeah, you just got to be careful of those corners. The corners on these middle pockets are brutal. She can't quite see it, can she?
If she hits it thin enough, she can go in
You
behind the
sense-
9 ball.
You sense if she pots this, she wins this frame, she will go through to that final. She'll have a 4-frame advantage in the race to 6. She'll only need to win 1 more. She gets it in, nicely done. Great
Wow,
shot.
look at that.
That is a really good shot under the circumstances.
Plenty of bottom on
And
that to
now
hold
out
the
comes
ball.
the moose or the caribou. I'm going to ask you a question, Jimmy. We've got the
No.
moose, we've got the caribou. You've talked about the deer. Where does the elk sit in all of it?
An elk master. Yeah, I've heard an elk.
What about the elk? Where does the elk sit? Oh, a little bit of the speed bump
that's
there.
perfect, perfect.
Yeah. No, I was just saying that 9 ball just
Oh,
got a little bit wobbled in the corner. Now this to go to 5 frames to 4.
Nice shot. She's running away with it.
Okay, Jimmy, so an elk are light brown. A bull elk can almost be golden with a pale yellow rump. A moose has a very large, long, bulbous nose and fur under the throat. So they're also bigger than a caribou.
The elk master, elk?
The elk, but they're different to a moose.
Well, yeah, I've seen a picture of an elk because there are tips for your cues that are called elk masters.
No, I mean, we're having this discussion a little bit lighthearted, of course, but we've got the moose, which the old jigger, and we've changed it to the caribou, and we're just using it as an opportunity to try and explain the difference between all three. I don't think there's a fifth one, is there? We've got the deer in there.
Must be another one. I'll see if I find one and bring it back to you next time I see you, next Saturday.
Be rude not to. Oh, that's one. It's Casey Dong on the hill. 1 frame away from moving through to the final. Neil Barnes now playing for his life. He's never really looked in this, has he? He just hasn't been at the table enough, and Casey has just looked the more consistent. Just been able to manage to put more phases together, if I can use that rugby terminology. Now big chance here. Oh, really? Look for the impossible shot. Left Casey with a lot. What's her options here, Jimmy?
Probably try and put the 2 off the brown ball, push it in there, and hopefully get a little nick off that brown ball. Oh, no, she's safety. Yeah, look at that.
Nice safety shot too. Very good safety shot. So Neil will have to go across the table here and look to possibly bank this.
And the thing after contact must make a
great shot.
Cushion. Yeah.
Great shot. Yep, and does touch the cushion, but he's now snookered himself on the 3 ball, I think. Let's go above the table and just have a look. We'll look at the replay first. Lovely. That is box office. And now let's see what that cue ball 9 ball looks like.
So he can put the brown ball, but he has to make a decision. Red ball or brown ball.
So he's going to play cue ball onto the red onto the brown. Is that what you're saying, Jimmy?
Yep.
So basically a plant.
Or safety. I think he's going for the safety, sitting behind the brown. Oh, there's going to be a gap there. Oh, not much of a gap. No. So you'll see Casey swerve this around that yellow stripe ball. They call this a Masse.
And that's the name of the club here, of course, and that is that little arc, that curve. Oh, misses it. Now, chance here for Neil Barnes. It's a fairly open table, the 4 and the 7. That 4 hasn't got a pocket. Well, potentially it does, but
easy plant. Draw down the middle of the table. Nice straight shot at it. Okay, bad things can happen here. He might not stay on that purple ball. I'll try and stay away from plants.
Yeah, really, Neil Barnes just needs to stay at the table now. Can't afford to give the table back up to Casey Dong. Needs to be at his best.
It's a nice shot.
Yeah.
Well weighted.
Now, come for that 5.
The 5 to 6 is going to be a little bit tricky. If you can get right in the middle of the table, you'll be all right.
Brings out the jigger,
Caraboose, the elk.
the moose, possibly the deer.
Nice angle here. A lot of players play off 2 rails, up and down the table. It's a nice shot. Nice angle to get back towards the 8 ball. Get straight in line on this 8 ball. Needs to draw it back, but a little bit of draw. He stuns it across, perfect line.
This is more like it from Neil Barnes. We know the quality of him.
Okay, and the 10 ball in the straight pocket.
So this to bring it back to just a 3-frame difference. 2 shots away from going trailing by 2 frames to 5 over Casey Dong.
Nice.
Ooh, got a little bit of the speed wobbles there, didn't it? And now this to win the 7th frame. And he does. And Neil Barnes goes to 5 frames to 2. But Casey Dong's still on the hill. 1 frame away from moving through to the final.
Yeah, and Casey actually beat Kieran Dempsey this morning. Close race, 5-4.
Yeah, we know how good Kieran Dempsey is too. Another one of these young rising talents.
Then she went on to beat Lupe Ambrose. And then a tough match, 6-5 against Tone Nugent. So she's had a pretty tough run. You know, she's beaten some of the best players in New Zealand.
Yeah, and that's it though, isn't it? You get on a run, don't you? It's often the way it is. You just turn up. You have all those days and all those years, a lot of tournaments, you get knocked down the first round or you make the plate round. You know you're better than that, and then you do just keep persisting. You hang in there, and then you just have that day where you turn up and everything does go your way. And,
Yeah.
you know, it's not the first time clearly for Casey Dong, but it's, you know, proving to be another very good tournament. You spoke to her yesterday. She said she hadn't been playing well. Same thing for Neil Barnes. If Neil goes out in the semi-final, you just get a sense it's only a matter of time before we see him winning a final. Clearly a very good player.
And that's what a lot of players need, Mark, is to win that one tournament and away they go, you know.
Yep. Yeah, winning's
Like
a
I
habit,
say.
confidence thing. So difficult shot now here for Casey. Really has only one option, and that's the chance here to push out.
She's taking it on. She's going to swerve.
Well, that's a good shot, isn't it? That's a great shot. Wow, that's good.
So I think she was up 5-2 against Tone. Tone brought it back to 5-all. And somehow she got that last one.
What's he calling here, Jimmy?
In the middle. 1 ball in the middle. Nice hit.
Okay, so that was more just a case of if it does go in, I want to call it. But
Yeah,
I don't
just
think
in
he ever really
case.
believed it was going to go in.
And there's a
He's
lot
just
of...
covering himself.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of shots where people ain't called nothing and they've gone into that pocket.
Yeah.
They ain't think they're going to get
There's
it,
no
but
harm
they do.
calling it, is there? I mean, you're not going to get punished for calling it, but you're going to get punished if you don't call it. Oh, just a miscue.
Yeah, and
So-
that's the snooker cue can do that. Got too much spin on that maybe.
And different chalks, aren't they, Jimmy? I mean, the top chalks are not cheap.
Definitely not. $40 a piece.
Yeah, what makes good chalk from bad chalk, Jimmy?
Probably just how long they stick to the ball or to your tip, I'd say, to the leather.
It's a bit like good makeup versus bad
Yeah,
makeup.
exactly, yeah. Okay, it's going to be a safety here, sit behind the brown ball, or is he going to have a go? He's going for the corner. Wants to probably nudge into that purple ball. Stop the white ball moving.
Oh, runs that, just misses it again, just out of sorts still, and he knows it. He knows he's better than that. Shots that I think he would normally make. You also 1 to 2, though. They've been playing solidly now for 2 days. Fatigue starts to kick in. There can be weights between matches. Don't underestimate that too. You just feel a little bit flat in the afternoon. I say that, you know, there's a reason why a large part of the world have siestas, because your body naturally shuts down in the afternoon at times. So all these little factors. You know, you think, oh, I'll have a coffee to wake up. Sometimes too much coffee can make you jittery. And nice here again. You certainly feel that Casey has played clearly the better of the 2 players, and that's reflected in the score. Tough shot, this one, though. Tough shot. Oh, just played it with aggression.
Yeah,
played it with pure aggression, backed herself. But now finds herself in an even harder shot now.
So she'll know the shot to play out of it, you know, hide or snooker or play safe or
I think you
leave
play
distance.
safe here, don't you, Jimmy?
Definitely.
You haven't seen enough from Neil to say that he's potting well enough. And it's a nice safety shot. Really nice safety shot.
Yeah, if Casey wants to get, you know, better with this game, she has to get the right equipment. And I think her game would take off if she had the right equipment.
Oh, nice shot back from Neil Barnes. Says, anything you can do, I can do better. Throws it straight back at Casey Dong. And now Casey has to answer the questions being asked by Neil.
Oh, 10 in the middle, she's called.
Okay, 10 in the middle, so she's going to go for this.
She must hit it, otherwise ball in hand. Give that opportunity to Neil. Oh, she moved the 10. Oh, no, not in that sort of spot, but look at that, Mark.
Yeah, now opportunity for Neil.
What's he going to do?
Well, he's just going to finish it. He's just going to plant, isn't he? This for the frame. Just
definitely.
like that, how things can change. Just to go to 5 frames to 3. And
wow,
Neil Barnes gets it done. He's back in the contest. 5 games to 3. We move to a 9th frame in the semi-final here of the Predator New Zealand 10-ball tour, the Auckland Open, live from the Masse Club in Pukekohe. Association with the New Zealand Pool Association.
And like I said, folks, next week if you want to see some bar box pool.
What is bar box pool? Explain that to people, Jimmy.
Okay, bar box pool is just the small 7-foot tables. The boxes, all the tables are used. One of the biggest manufacturers in America. 7-foot valley table. Exciting pool. You either, if you miss, it's pretty much over.
Big pockets?
Big pockets, same size table. I mean, same dimensions as, you know, the 9-foot tables. Big pockets, smaller table.
But a lot more, I would have thought that would just create a lot more traffic though, Jimmy.
And it does, and that's what makes it interesting. People, you know, getting caught out.
You say miss a shot and it's all over, but I would have thought that early on that might not necessarily be the case.
Yeah, that can be the case in some some games, definitely.
Okay, so Casey Dong here just really wants to get this frame done. You hope she's not getting the yips, because you do feel there has been a little momentum shift, and there's an example of it. Cue ball goes down, so it'll be ball in hand. Here, the 1 ball has gone, so now it's 2-3. Across to the 4. Anything in difficulty there, Jimmy? 5
really.
ball maybe?
It
No,
depends.
not too bad.
Yeah, it depends what angle he leaves here. Leaves on that red ball. Okay, it's looking pretty good now. He has to draw back, maybe kiss into the striped 9 ball, the yellow striped ball.
So just surveying his options, 30-second shot clock in play.
Okay, if he can get to that little window between the brown ball and the blue stripe ball, he can pot that 5, and he does get to that window.
Yeah, not an easy shot, but a player of his quality should get it done.
Okay, he's just got to avoid the brown ball and come back over for the green.
Yeah, interesting to see what he does with the cue ball on that green ball.
Ooh, he does not.
Yeah, got himself into trouble. Now, what does he do here? Does he bank this, Jimmy, or...?
No, he just chops it in.
Chops it in. Does he need to play this with a level of aggression?
Yeah, he has to just go for it, I'd say. Can't see a safety unless he does double it. Where's Marvin Pedrago? Marvin Pedrago's still in America. He done well over there. He come 5th in the 9-ball, I think.
He was at 7th or 11th. Was he 5th in one?
Yeah.
I saw the results.
So he played well over there. Got a good payday.
When you say a good payday, what's a good payday when you finish 5th at a VNA?
$2.5 grand maybe. US.
Then you've got to make the decision whether you go to a casino, put it on red or black, and
Look
walk
at
away
this.
with nothing, or double it up.
Wow, is that a draw snooker? No, it's on.
Okay, so draw snooker is when that ball is potentially, part of it's been blocked by the corner of the pocket. It's one.
The middle pocket again. Okay, could be all over here. This one good shot here.
So chance here for Casey Dong. Neil Barnes never really got into this semi-final so far. He's got a bit of a momentum swing, but and now we talk about the corner, don't we? We talk about those brutal corners and those middle pockets.
Yeah.
Casey Dong has come undone, and suddenly it is Neil Barnes now who has a chance to take it to 5 games. So he's just hung in there, hasn't he, really?
Yeah.
He's never really looked at his best, but he's just hung in there. He's just sort of waited for those little mistakes and capitalised. And the frames he's given up have often come off the back of his mistakes.
Okay, he's got 2 options here. Run 2 rails or just done out to the middle.
Just got to get these in, doesn't he? There's one.
He runs 2 rails.
Now, I think it's all over here. Oh, a little bit of weight on that.
Yeah,
He's made it difficult for himself.
Just touch it in. Doesn't want to be too much distance. Doesn't want to be on the rail especially. Soft hands. Nice touch. He's up the river.
Oh, look at that hard shot now. There's a lot of distance. It's not quite in line. Big shot, this one. Just to stay in the match, you would think. Plays it. Looking good, misses it. And now Casey Dong will come to the table. 2 balls away from moving into the final. Neil Barnes.
Still not over yet, folks.
No, tough shot.
Yeah, tough shot, and the white ball's going to run halfway up the table, so she should play this with a lot of pace up and down the table. Back and forth.
First thing is pocket the 9-ball. Pocket the 9-ball. That is the key thing here first and foremost. Put this down.
I think she's going to play with soft hands. Touch.
Let's have a look. Very...
Oh, she's gone hard. She's played the right shot.
And now...
It's a little bit too hard. She hit that too good. And now here comes that middle pocket again. Mark, the one you've jinxed so many times.
Tough shot now. Wow. This for a place in the final, folks. Settle back.
I think she's going to get it, folks.
Here we go.
Got this feeling.
She plays it. She plays it. It goes in, and that's it.
Very good.
And so it is. Casey Dong, who goes through to the final, beats Neil Barnes of Wales by 6 frames to 3. And now she will go on and meet Marco Toisha in the final of the Predator New Zealand 10-ball Auckland Open. That final is up next, and she is absolutely delighted. So don't go away, folks. Very shortly, we bring you the Auckland Open 10-ball final, courtesy of Predator, live here from the Masse Club in Pukekohe. The venue is the Masse Q Sports Club in Pukekohe. It is the NZPA Predator New Zealand 10-ball tour, the Auckland Open. We started with around a field of 80. We are now down to 2. Yes, it is the final between Casey Dong and Marco Toisha to find out who will be crowned the Auckland Open champion in 10 ball for 2023. Alongside of me, the man they call the Professor, Jimmy Henry. Jimmy, what time is it?
It's showtime.
Looking forward to this one. Two players who both deserve to be in this final. And the big question is, can Casey Dong beat the number 1 seed, the favourite coming into this, the great Marco Toisha?
Yeah, well, she's beaten some good players along the way, and, you know, if she can get off to that good start, Marco give her a 5-0 head start, maybe.
So it will be Casey Dong who will get things underway. Race to 6. From a snooker background, 4 ball goes down off the break. And reasonably spread. Might have just snookered, oh, unlucky there. So snookered herself off that break. Cue ball stuck behind the 9 and the 2. The object ball is the yellow 1 ball. So she could maybe look to push out here.
Yep, scored a push.
So that means that she can play any shot she wants, and then Marco gets to come to the table and decide whether he wants to play it. If not, he throws it back on her. And so Toisha will come to the table.
And I think he'll give it back.
He will give it back.
See,
So
and the thing with Casey, no jump cue.
yeah, snooker background. But she's done well to get here, and we can sit here and talk about snooker cues and all the rest of it, but she is in this final. She beat some very good players to get here and almost pulls off one of the great shots early on. But now Marco will come to the table. He'll look at this and think, yep, I'm pretty comfortable, pretty confident that I can run this rack. Anything that offers any difficulty here, Jimmy?
Yeah, no, nothing at all. Nice nip draw for the 2 ball. It's all about positional play now.
So
Right side of the ball.
arrived on New Zealand shores about 3 years ago, Marco Toisha, and now a resident and loves living here and works full-time for Masse and applies his trade internationally. US Open 10 ball champion back in 2019 and established a reputation of being a gunslinger. And you know that it's close when he leaves the saloon.
Yeah, and he's shot down some good players.
He has.
Shane Van Bonen, Dennis Okolio, 2 of the world's best at the moment. Definitely got the skill to become another champion, world champion.
Yeah, just got to be careful at times. We have seen through the quarterfinals and semi-finals getting out and just at times becoming a little casual and dropping some basic shots. He'll want to just get out comfortably. But you do watch him so far, and what we've seen really from what we saw with Neil Barnes, Casey Dong, he still appears to be just at another level at the moment, doesn't he? Just plays with such confidence.
3 rails, I think.
So, oh, brought it back the other way.
Yeah. I thought he didn't play a TV shot by the look of it. But no, he's keeping it basic.
And just like that, 1 frame to nothing for the Dutch master. So, a race to 6. Really, Casey, she comes to the table. She just can't afford to sit down, can she? She's not going to be given a lot of opportunities. She's going to need to take them. She's going to need to be at her absolute best here.
Didn't leave a really good push out. Marco pushed her back in and then made the mistake there, and then it was all over.
Yeah, I hope you are enjoying coverage, courtesy of the New Zealand Pool Association, Masse, Predator. And great to have the 2 organisations coming together. And certainly bringing a lot more depth to the tournaments and a number of new players that we haven't seen previously on our live coverage. It's good for everybody, isn't it? Different styles, different personalities, different types of players.
There seems to be always that same player in the finals.
Well, we've got to learn
But
to beat them.
the level is getting high, real high.
Yeah, well, we've seen Marco. We saw him get beaten in the semi-finals, didn't we? Of the, I think it was the Counties Open 10 ball, was it?
Okay, so this is one of Marco's strengths.
Okay,
He
so,
can either bank pool or he can play safe.
no, I think he'll play safe here, won't he?
Oh, what's it called? The
Oh
3
no,
ball.
yeah, he's gonna. I think he's gonna look to.
Look to hook.
Yeah, he called that pocket, and misses it, but at the same time plays a beautiful safety shot. So I think he knew exactly what he was doing there. He took his chance, but he also made sure that he had insurance on the shot.
Can Casey get to the blue ball?
Oh, I think Casey's... I was going to say, I think Casey's first immediate concern is probably that one ball.
Look at that. If she would have put it there, look where the blue ball. Look at the positional play she just played. Perfect. But like I say, the key is just to pot the first ball. Marco called the 3 ball, so just cannon off there and... Okay, so this is where Casey will show a bit of her experience. She knows how to either play safe or she's having to go at the 1 ball in the corner. Or maybe was it the 10? Was it the 10? It was the 10. Wow, just missed that.
Well, I love her intent here, and it's very much around taking her chances. It's very much attacking. She knows that she's going to have to take some risks here to beat Marco Toisha, and so almost pulls it off. Doesn't quite, but I love the mindset here. And still, it's still not easy for Toisha. He hasn't been allowed to settle yet. He's got the 30-second shot clock. He's going to have to be careful. Does he call the extension? No, it's going to come to the table. He's going to play safety, I think, is he? No, runs it down. He misses it, though.
Okay.
Never really looked like he was confident or comfortable with whatever he was doing there, which is a rare thing you see from...
Yeah, I think the problem there, Mark, was the blue ball. He didn't know how to get to it.
Yeah.
But he just went forward and was just going to take his medicine, and wherever the white ball ended up, it ended up. And that's why he probably missed.
And now Casey has asked for her extension.
Okay, so she could play this. Can't see. Can we have a look at the top?
See if we go above the table.
Yeah, see what she's got. Yeah. Tough shot.
Yeah.
So I think she'll just double that one out and try and hide behind the green.
Let's have a look. Does she go for it, or does she do
No,
what Jimmy said?
Wow. Unorthodox. But it might work. It might work. It might work. Look at this. Wow.
Intentional,
Wow.
unintentional. She'll say it was intentional.
Wow. Look, he's laughing about it too.
But Marco will enjoy the challenge here. He wants to be put in these situations.
Geez, not very many options here for Marco. Maybe 3 rails, missed the green.
So he's going for the 1 ball. He said he's going to put this down. So I think this is a chance of...
You're going to play in behind that 4 just with a lot of hard check side and it'll straighten up.
Oh, almost got it too. That would have been box office, baby. And now he's got away with 1-2.
Yeah,
the plant is on here potentially.
No.
Play the 8 ball in that middle pocket, no.
Just having a look at it now. No, it's going to hide behind the orange and blue ball.
Okay, so going to play defensively. See, the cowboy that I am, I would have just played that shot.
I don't like her next shot, folks. It's going to be sitting right behind that black ball. Set himself up, put that 1 ball near the 10 ball, so his next shot will be 110. Okay, so this makes... Oh. Didn't really want that kiss. If it was in front of the 10 ball, it would have been a nice, easy finish if Casey doesn't get out of the snooker. Casey misses this, it could be all over. She leaves Marco a shot on the 1, it could be all over.
Oh, didn't get it. And now ball in hand for Marco. It's like anything though, isn't it? These guys have got to slow things down a little bit. You just feel that, as I said, Toisha's reputation, you're almost coming to the table feeling like, well, I've got to the final, that's good enough.
Yep.
Got to
nice
shift
shot.
the mindset.
Perfect. Look at this line, Mark. This is the right side of the ball.
Yeah, it's a nice TV shot, isn't it?
Yeah, he's going to head towards the red ball. Could see the plant on the 4 ball here, Mark. But I know Marco will try and get to a pocket. Yeah, see, he wants to end up there. He doesn't like the plant, even though it's easy for any other player when they look at it. Oh, wait. Oh, wow.
Oh, when things go your way. People go, that was luck, but that's just practice. Now he's
Wow.
got to,
He'll put that 10 off this.
yeah,
Oh, no, he's going for double. Yeah, he's going to put the 10. Yep.
so let's watch this, folks. This is for the frame to go to 2 frames. So off the 4 onto the 10, 10 ball goes down.
Plus that 4 probably
And
goes safe.
look at that, that is brilliant.
See, look, he got the safety as well, Mark.
That
Just
is
4.
brilliant. And there we go, 2 frames to nothing. Marco Toisha leading over Casey Dong in the race to 6 in this Predator New Zealand 10 ball tour, the Auckland Open.
Okay, if Casey doesn't win this frame, I think Mark will run away with it, Mark.
Well, I think it's still going to come down to, I think for Casey to be in this, from what we've seen from Marco, it's going to come down to just an uncharacteristic error from Marco Toisha.
Yeah, of course,
Or
yeah.
going to have to just have an incredibly good break where there is just a lovely spread of the balls and they're there to be picked off, because I'm not sure we've seen the defensive game of Toisha is just too good as well. Just too good. And that's going to be a dry break. And looks like a fairly good break for Marco Toisha here.
It's got to thread the needle, get to that 2.
Yep.
So he'll play this shot with plenty of bottom right and end up near the 6 ball.
So bottom right, we're looking at what, 5 o'clock on the clock dial, are we?
Yeah, 5, and he'll probably end up near the screw-in and end up near the green ball. He don't end up near the green ball. He needs to be near the green ball. That's a great shot. Look at that, perfect.
Yep. And then what does he just draw? What does he do then for the 3 ball, Jimmy?
Well, I think he's just going to put it into the corner pocket. There you go, just get over to there.
Yep.
Now he might have to put it into the middle pocket or make a plant, middle's on, he's in there.
So is he looking to pot the red or the green 6?
Yeah, the red, straight pot.
It's all there for him, isn't it, now?
Yeah, just draw back and put the 5 ball probably in the middle as well. There's a gap there. Doesn't even look like he's going to miss.
Oh, and he does miss, Jimmy. The commentator's curse, Jimmy. I've told you, Jimmy. Jimmy. You're going to need to apologise, mate. You're losing people games. There is a thing called the curse.
Yeah, I didn't really like that 5 in the middle. I was hoping what I was saying, the screw back and go into the open pocket.
Yeah, just see our producer. He just drops his head in his hands when you said that, Jimmy.
Okay, a nice chance here for Casey to put her mark on the board and put her mark on the game, hopefully.
Brings out the extension and asks for the extension too in terms of time.
Okay, she'll probably play basic, but a lot of people will bring the white ball back to where it is now. She'll probably put one of the 9 ball in one of those corner pockets. Oh no, she heard me.
So we talked about it though, didn't we? The way that they're going to beat Marco is Marco's going to have to make those uncharacteristic errors.
And that was one.
And that was one, wasn't
Yeah.
it? And now not an easy shot here, but one that she should make. But the commentator's curse.
Nice shot.
She rolls it in, and this to take it to
Wow.
2 frames to 1. Footy put it up on the scoreboard, Jimmy. And just like that, it is going to a 4th frame. And
I think
it is
Casey was...
Marco Toisha leading by 2 frames to 1 over Casey Dong.
Yeah, I think Casey was only early on. I saw her go past Marco and say, I only want 1 frame. So hopefully she doesn't stop there.
No, well, but that's it though, isn't it? I only want 1 frame, and that's what we keep talking about, Marco. You've got to come here, you've got to believe. It's interesting, I was doing a rugby show the other week on a radio program with Justin Marshall, and we were talking to an Australian correspondent and why the Australian team struggle to win here. And it's almost part of their psyche. Oh, it's the hardest road trip is going to Canterbury. It's the hardest road trip in rugby. Oh, Eden Park, we haven't won there since whatever. And you've got to shift that. You've got to move that mindset. You've just got to go, no.
Yeah.
No. I mean, you're putting up barriers before you start.
That's right, yeah.
Okay, it's a wide open table. Let's have a look here. So one ball is precariously placed. Safety shot here, Jimmy.
Yeah, safety shot. Make this distance.
Spread it, bring it down the other end of the table and hide it maybe behind that 10 ball, 8 ball.
Yeah, just nick the edge and run down the table behind the 8 ball. Starting to read the game good now, Mark.
Yeah, you got away with that too.
Yeah,
Just
quite a solid, yeah.
Go above the table here and just have a look at the traffic now that Marco has got to try and get around.
Yeah, well, looks like the jump shot's on and then a little bit of luck.
Is he going to call a pocket here in the case of a fluke?
I'd call the 4 in the corner.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Does he
like
call
you
a
say.
corner? Has he called it or has he asked for the extension there?
Extension first. 5 ball,
Okay,
folks.
for the orange ball. So, and I'm not sure he really expects to do this, but he's going to call it just in case, and he's missed it completely.
Ooh, where's that 10 going? Wow. That's the best place it could have gone. Didn't want it to sit over the pocket. Okay, now Casey will probably bring off another second snooker here.
Oh, you don't see Marco Toysha with a jump shot miss too often. Normally pots what he says he's going to pot.
Or hits.
Yeah.
Do you know what happens if you do 3 fouls in a row, Mark?
Yeah, you lose the frame.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Right on top of the game now, mate.
How many's that, Marco? For Marco.
No, I think he'll get out of this easy.
Yeah, yeah.
But that would have been 2. But look at that. Hang on, it'll still be 2.
No,
That's 2.
That's 2. So, when was the last time Marco Toysha potentially lost a frame because of 3 fouls? He's on foul point. Can we say that? Foul point.
Yep. Okay, but look at this. She's got the 1 ball and the 2 ball 10 plant. So I think she's going to go for this. Stop a shot here.
Just run it through to put it on where the current object ball is, the 1 ball, and then just play the shot. So this now to go to 2 frames each and climb our way back into this final. So very, very good defensive work here from Casey Dong. Big shot, this one. And pots it, and there we go. 2 frames each.
Ooh.
And the race to 6.
Wow.
So starting to just get a little bit nervy, a little bit edgy.
Well,
And so it is game on, folks. The Dutch Master up against Casey Dong.
So she had 2 options there, Mark. She could have went for the 3rd foul, but I don't think you get Marco on 3 fouls in a row.
Yeah, but I mean, you can do that to try and be clever, or you can
Yes.
just play what's in front of you.
Yeah,
And
and
I
she
think
did,
that the option was there, wasn't it? I mean,
Yes.
you immediately said, look, this is what the option is. If that option hadn't have been there, then the 3
Yeah,
foul
exactly,
situation
yeah.
comes into play. Hope you are enjoying coverage live from the Masse Club here in Pukekohe. This is the NZPA Predator 10-ball tour, the Auckland Open.
Gee, that extra camera must be on us when it should be on the table. Oh, I see it now. Can't wait to get back on that table.
Yeah, look, both think we need a bit of makeup, don't we, Jimmy?
Yeah.
Or we need to be sent down to Weta Workshop and maybe do something with us.
Well, that was a good break from Casey.
Yeah, good break. So what have we got here? We've got the 1, the 2. So just having a look across
Yeah,
here.
they're all there. They're all there, Mark.
All there.
Bit of navigation. Compass work.
Yeah, about joining the dots here. Oh,
It's a nice shot. Nice hold.
scares me when you just see that little bit of ricochet going on. Now back up, looking pretty good here for Marco.
Oh, definitely. All these dots joined together, all right.
3,
Just
4.
the 7 to the 8.
And yeah, just looking at that, Jimmy. It's split by that 9 ball, isn't it?
2 rails maybe here. Doing that 2 rail
1,
shot takes them
2.
directly into line on that orange ball mark. That's why they play the 2 rails a lot.
Still not that happy though, is he? You can just look at the body language. I think
No,
his senses.
He's happy. He's real happy. Okay, again, cut the angle out. 2 rails again. Straight into line on that
It's
7.
just pinpoint accuracy, isn't it?
Now punch into the rail, come back to the centre where the white ball is, where his hand is where he
Yep.
wants to be.
And that'll give him option on that 8 ball.
Right where his hand is.
Oh,
Yeah, that's nice. That's perfect. Could be a TV shot here. Some running spin. So it swerves around behind the 9 ball.
let's have a look here. Just wants to pop this 8 ball. This corner's got him in trouble before. And gets
There you
that
go.
time. Brings
Perfect.
it back across. Nicely done. And then he just needs to come down for that 10 ball to win this frame and go to 3 frames to 2. And look at that. Look at that. Wow, that's good. Unbelievable.
That's years and years of practice.
And it's 3 frames to 2, just like that. Pulls 1 back in the race to 6. We haven't talked about Isaac Newton for a while, have we?
Isaac Newton.
Gravity. Discovered gravity. Well, came up with the phrase gravity. I'm not sure he did he discover gravity? Gravity's always been there, but he just sort of took a little bit more time to think about an apple falling from a tree and white lands on the ground. It's an important thing, gravity in snooker and pool.
Drop a ball into the pocket. Drop a ball into a pocket is gravity.
Yeah, well, that's right, Jimmy. It's got to go somewhere, doesn't it? Okay, here goes Marco Toisha with the break. Big break here. He'll love to just crank this one.
No, I think he's going to run out here if he gets shot.
Yeah, me too.
You know, he's on that form, eh? He's sort of peaking at the right time if he's going
But
overseas.
it's a dry break, is it?
Yes,
And
it
he
is.
just shakes
Wow.
his head and goes, wow. And now the 1, 2,
Yeah.
3, looking pretty good. 4, 5, 6 to 7 might be the one that... No, it's looking pretty good, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely
Pretty
good.
open table.
Yeah, the key is to get to that 2 ball. How is Casey going to get to the 2 ball? She doesn't want to go down table and kick into the brown ball. The brown and blue stripe ball, the 10 ball.
Yeah, a lot of traffic, isn't it?
Yeah, she
Comes
doesn't
off
want
one.
to kick into that. And well, she played that good.
Yeah, I was going to say she had to navigate away. Ooh,
Yeah.
Now, though,
Yeah, but didn't get on the 2,
Yeah.
did she, Mark?
no, a little bit too much weight on that.
It's that middle pocket again. I think it's about,
You sort of feel the frame's right here in this shot, isn't it?
yes, it
If you
is.
can make the shot, then it's there for the taking.
2-way shot, Mark, in case she misses.
Oh, good
Wow.
shot. Great shot under pressure too. So Casey Dong continuing to just tighten the screws. Let's have a look at the replay here. Plays high on the cue ball. Bang.
Okay, she needs to get between the orange ball and the purple ball. That's pretty good. She went through it. Would have been better if she was directly in front of it.
Yeah, just got to put this on a dime now.
Okay, stop shot here.
Here we go, folks. That's one.
It's moved a little bit. Not too bad. I think that brown ball's going to save Marco.
Yeah, it was always going to be precarious, wasn't it? That
Actually, she can still get a good angle here.
7 ball was always the one that was going to, if there was any difficulty, it was going to come from the 7 brown.
Okay, so this ball is a little bit straight. A little bit straight here, but she can pot this and then do a stop shot on the brown ball and snooker Marco. Nice pot, yep. Okay, now just needs a nice stop shot. I wouldn't go for the pot here, would she? Well, she can do. So a 2-way shot here. Play it at pace. Soft touch, and if she misses, a snooker. Touch, touch.
Oh, she got it.
She got it, yep. Still 3 hard balls here. Back and
Yeah.
forth here now.
8 ball. Let's have a look here. So Marco just has to sit back and really hope that there's a mistake made here from Casey Dong.
Has to get somewhere in the middle of the table if she can. Yeah, very good. A little bit straight, a little bit straight. She wants more angle. She got it. Just screw back. Punch it over a little bit. She's going to end up where a D on the table usually is.
Yep, and no D these days. It's oh, missed it. Missed it.
Wow.
And now,
It's way too straight, eh, the 9 ball.
boy, didn't we talk about percentages? We talk about the smallest of margins, and that's an example of it. And I just wonder whether any chance of winning this Predator New Zealand 10 ball series Auckland Open was lost right there.
I think it was.
This tour. And the Marco Toysha will just look to run that in, and just like that goes to 4 frames to 2. And so
Holy.
both players at times being just guilty of handing their opponent
Yeah,
a frame when they probably should have got the job done.
it looked like she had the angle on that 9 ball to shift over behind the blue stripe ball, but it must have been too straight.
Hope you are enjoying coverage. The man there is Jimmy the Professor. Jimmy, take a look at him. Don't want to meet him in a bar. Play him in pool because he will take you back to school. That's why he's called the Professor. People go, why do you wear a hat inside? And I said, well, because I just always wear a hat.
Yeah.
I've always worn a hat. I was a full-time athlete for a long time, Jimmy, in an endurance sport, and you just got used to wearing hats because of the sun and never took it off. Sleep in it too, Jimmy.
Dry break. Okay, this looks makeable for Marco. Let's see what he does with that white ball and behind the blue ball.
Just keeping an eye on that.
A lot of spin to get to that blue ball. Look at that, perfect.
Yeah, it's all ever, isn't it?
Well, he has to get out of this corner here. Has to get out of that corner, 2 rails, and just miss that brown ball if he can.
Let's have a look here. So he puts the ball, and look at that. Just threads
Nice.
that needle nicely.
Yeah, not hard enough, but
Yeah, but a good player of this quality. Now, what does he do here? So he's going to go 3, and then he's going to come back up
He's
the
in
table for the purple 4.
he's been chopping in these in nicely.
Oh, and he misses it. He misses it.
He had the right line too to get to the 4.
Looked a little bit rushed on the shot. And now, Casey Dong really needs to stay at the table now.
So this is where her cue will let her down.
Now needs
Power to get back up the top.
to run this rack from here to stay in this final.
What a great shot with a cue like that.
Yeah, so what we're talking about, if you have just joined us, is that she's playing with a snooker cue, so the tip on it's a lot finer, a lot smaller, a lot sharper, if we can use that terminology, but therefore it limits to what you can do.
Okay, 2 rails back to the middle. Try and avoid the green ball. She does. Oh, she kisses into the orange ball. That looks all right. She's playing really good to just hang in there, isn't she?
No, fighting, going really
Yeah.
well, yeah. Certainly doesn't look out of sorts. It's not,
Just watch out for the snooker here.
I mean, really it should be tied up at 3 frames each to be fair.
Nice shot.
You know, should get it done from
Okay,
here.
again, this is where her cue might let her down. A little drawback. But she's in really good with it. Hitting the white ball real good. Look at that.
Now she needs to thread the needle here. This is the key shot you'd think right now.
Yeah, just with the bottom, hitting it at 4 o'clock on the white ball.
Key shot right here.
What a nice pause.
Oh, lovely, lovely potting.
Wow. She's got a lot of angle here, so she's going to be quarter way up the table. Nice touch.
this shot right here again.
Yeah, just pot it.
Just pot
Above
this.
centre, touch it
Goes
in.
to 4 frames to 3. And
Pocket
hangs
weight.
tough. Hangs tough.
Pocket weight. There you go. So it just gets.
Oh, and we thought almost a repeat of the previous frame. A little smile from her too. She, I think, thought, oh, not again. And now 4 frames to 3. Final still on. So really good from Casey Dong, showing real continuity in her play. Being able to string and pot balls consistently and consecutively under all sorts of pressure.
Yeah, making a name for herself.
Really good performance.
So next week, folks, it's the VNEA Seniors. If anybody wants to come and watch, got the best teams in New Zealand, all trying to play for over $10,000 in prize money. If you want, you can try and get a team of 4 at all of the branches. Harweda, Glen Eden, Pukekohe and Hamilton.
So Marco with another dry break. He's been a little bit frustrated by that. He's certainly not lacking punch, but just not going his way at the moment. But maybe he'll like the fact that he's got Casey at the table early. Maybe she can clear a little bit of the debris.
See, and this is the thing with Casey's game is that. Just a sec, folks, I'll wait till she plays the shot. Okay, she doesn't know how to use the push out properly. She doesn't need to take the shot on. She could put that white ball anywhere on the table. She's going for snooker behind that, behind all of those balls.
Done well. It's a difficult
Yeah,
shot
not
for
too
Marco.
bad. Not too bad. Didn't leave Marco a 4-1 ball, but Marco might be able to bank this, double or whatever you call it. And this is where you learn, you know, if you go and get into this position or situation, you'll know what the best bet to do is. It's not certain.
So he's going to ask for the extension here, Marco.
Nice shot, beautiful, look at that. 3 cushion double to safety.
It's a tense moment in this game. This is really make or break.
You don't want to give Marco a ball in hand now.
It's intriguing. Look at that. Look at the position there on the cue ball, the control that she's wanting to take from
Where
this.
she's hitting the white ball too.
That's what I'm saying.
Mark at the 9 on the clock. Look at that, got away with it. But made it tougher now, putting that orange ball there. No pocket for the 5. Even if he does get the 1, 2, 3 and 4, no pocket for the 5. So it just made the frame a little bit tougher to run out. Parallel shift for Marco. Two-rail kick.
Oh, lovely play. Lovely play.
But what's he left? Wow.
Oh, great shot. Wow, that's good. Now, pressure goes back on Casey Dong. She's been good, though. Really good. Okay, looking to play the 1 into this pocket. That's the call. So this is more about just...
Looks like pretty good line.
Yeah.
Nice line.
So she plays it.
Yeah, she hits it
And
too.
she hits it. And I don't think she was ever really convinced it was going to go in, but she caught the pocket.
In case.
In
Wow.
case.
That's not a bad leave there. Marco's got a jack up over the 9.
Intriguing game, isn't it?
Yeah.
You think that it's just quick fire at 9 ball or 10 ball, but it still requires a lot of defensive play initially. And how often do you talk in sport about finals being won on defence? And he misses it, but
and off.
again,
No, he got away with it.
he, I think, gave himself the insurance. Two-way shot. And look at that. Pulls it off. So, who blinks first? Who crumbles under the pressure?
Because you want to hit this quite hard to straighten the white ball up a little bit.
Misses it. Now ball in hand to Marco Toisha.
Oh, putting that 3 there made it a little bit easier too.
Is that the defining moment for the Dutch master, the gunslinger from Eindhoven?
It's going to run this through between the blue and the brown ball. Find that line. Or the black and the brown ball, I should say. Oh, he's skipped it short. Okay, so he's looking for an angle on that 4 ball to get to the orange ball, which I said earlier where the problem is. There is an angle there. If he leaves the white ball around about right. So if you can get that same angle here on the 4 ball, you can get back to the 5 ball.
So the 5 ball is the orange ball.
Purple to orange, he wants that line there.
He knows that this is a key moment right here. He knows that he's just a couple of balls away from going to the hill.
So hitting this angle here, Mark, it looks like it's going to make him more of an angle.
So
see, that's got too much angle here to get the white ball back to where it is. It's going to go too far over. Oh, how's that for an option?
wow.
Yeah, that's a winning option.
Wow. What a shot that is. That is Q Sport intelligence at the highest level. The ability to back yourself to play it, to resist the temptation of playing maybe the shot in front of you.
And that's what a lot of players get mixed up with, the temptation, you know. They think, oh, it's
But
here, let's go.
That's the gambler, isn't
Yeah.
it? I keep saying it's the gambler in all of us. And Las Vegas wasn't built on winners. There's a reason why that city exists, because the favourites in the house, and the thing is to be able to resist temptation.
She won't be able to get out of it that way. I think behind the black will be the best, easiest way.
Shot clock pressure falling on a 2. 10 seconds.
Three rails. 1, 2, 3, kick. Yeah. Wow. What a shot. Payback.
Now the payback.
Hey,
Yeah, you said it.
How lucky is that?
Yeah. Luck or...
Wow.
Well, I don't know. You can say luck, but when you reach
Kick.
the final of a tournament like this, I'm going to say that it was
Planned.
brilliantly executed and planned. I think you got to show her that respect.
Well, she's been getting a lot of...
If I played it, yeah, you call it lucky.
Yeah, she's been getting out of a lot of traps.
Oh, and he misses it too.
Yeah, still.
Wow.
Still a problem with the 4 to 5, folks.
Now,
Can she prove me wrong?
this right here, this next couple of shots might just determine the outcome of this match. You feel that if Casey Dong can get to 4, then she's good enough to win it.
Well, I don't think she's going to get from the 4 ball to the 5 ball.
Oh, yeah, I'm not sure she can squeeze
Jeez.
past that 10 ball,
No,
can
she
she?
can't.
Got herself into a bit
But
of
in
difficulty.
saying
there.
that, if she would have had a shot at that 4 ball, she would have had a good chance from there to get to that 5 ball.
Okay, she's looking to bank this, is she?
Kick bank.
Kick bank, so come in. And TV shot, didn't come off. But still, hasn't made it easy for Marco Toisha.
Well, this is where it's heads or tails. all the money's on this shot. If he plays it, 4 into the corner, open
Does
the
he
5
have
up.
an option here too,
Yeah,
Jimmy?
well,
If missing this, does he have the insurance of a plane of safety?
No, he's just going to go for the clearance.
He's
Pot
gonna go
this.
for it.
No, he didn't. He chickened out.
No, he didn't chicken out. Marco Toysha doesn't chicken out. Marco
look at
Toysha
that.
plays percentages.
Oh, yes, and that was a percentage shot there.
He looked at it and he said, look, no, I think the odds are slightly in favour of the
Yes.
house. Know when to hold, know when to fold, know when to walk, Jimmy. You know the song. I'd get you to sing it, Jimmy, but I've heard you sing.
No good. Karaoke days are over. Well, she's still hanging in there.
It's
Look at
messy though,
this,
isn't
look
it?
at
It's
this.
just messy at the moment from both
Look
players.
at this. It's getting away with murder. See another kick shot by Marco. Parallel shifts it over to the white ball.
This is where you learn to stay in school. You always wonder, why do I even need geometry for? And you go, well, you might end up being a professional Q Sports player. Oh, I'll cut that too finely, and that's going to go down. And
No.
so
Oh,
it will now be opportunity here
Okay,
to take this
so-
to 4 frames each.
no, still a tough out here. Very hard run out here. This first part of the puzzle, 4 to the 5, is very hard. She's left herself the right angle to come in behind the 5. No, not hard enough. She's taken on the plant.
So 5-6.
Is that easier than getting on the 5?
5-6. Going to go. No, she hasn't got an extension for the 30 seconds here, so needs to get on with it. This is now the clock shock pressure begins to come here on Casey Dong. She needs to maintain her composure. Can't afford to rush it. Oh, misses the opportunity too. But still, Marco here. Another defensive shot here, perhaps. What are his options, Jimmy?
He hasn't got many. Hide behind the 6 ball, if anything. 5 in the middle. You can play a 2-way shot, play it at pace.
I think at the moment you've got to throw it back on Casey, don't you?
No, I think he can win from here. If this goes in, it's a win. A 2-way shot.
Oh, great
Look
shot.
at
Wow, that's good.
Just past 10 ball and behind the 7. Has he made it?
No, I think he's made it.
Natural angle towards the 8 ball.
Now he's just got to just pop these now.
Yeah.
No pressure.
Yeah, you can punch it out into the middle where the 10 is, get that line,
Just to take him.
or you can follow through for the middle, which is the easiest way.
So he goes to the hill. If he wins this, he will be sitting there on match point.
There was a good battle that frame there.
And Casey Dong will have to win the next 3 frames to win this final. Tell you what though, she's been very good. Deserves have been in the final and certainly has pushed this man so far. It's not over yet, folks, even though Marco Toysha will go to match point here. And
He's
he
on the
leads
hill.
5 frames to 3. He is on
Yeah,
the
that'll
hill.
be interesting. It was 4 each.
Yep, standing on the hill in the mountains of dreams, telling himself it's not as hard as it seems. Led Zeppelin going to California is the song, is the lyric.
There you go. Very strong mental game from Marco. Just hung in there. Casey made the mistake of missing that plant. 5-6 plant. Okay, here we go. This is it, folks. This is where you'll see Marco at his best. He'll screw that one back, probably go between the 9 and the 3 ball. If he gets back there on that 2-ball, I think it's all over. Draw back, put the 3-ball up down in this bottom right-hand corner, probably. It's the only pocket I can see it go into, or the top left. The bottom left, sorry.
So, big.
Just a little draw, get into line. But he can screw back and put the 3 in the same pocket if he wants. If he's feeling good, yeah, that's a shot.
Okay, so Marco Toysha now, destiny in his hands. He has control of the table. He's got control of the cue ball. And now do we see the masterclass? It's been a long weekend for all the players. This NZPA Predator 10-ball tour, the Auckland Open. Almost 80-odd players taking part, and we're down to 2. Not just played here, but also played on Auckland's North Shore.
Yeah, that's right. Pool and Blues.
Pool and Blues. And
we've got too many players to just play at the one venue. Nice 3-rail shot.
Now Toysha really starting to get into his work here.
Sit on the rail. Sitting on the rail gives him a bit of an angle to get off the rail.
So 4 balls away from wrapping up this Auckland Open. Being pushed though by Casey Dong.
Little draw, little draw.
Been really proud of her performances.
Okay, head towards the 10-ball, 10-strike ball, and put the 9 in the middle. Got the perfect angle to do that.
Two shots away from wrapping this up, folks.
Just stun it down.
Marco Toysha, the Dutch master, the gunslinger from Eindhoven. Is this for the Auckland Open title, the Predator New Zealand 10-ball tour, up against the brilliant Casey Dong.
Oh, what a great
And
match.
there it is, folks. And it is Marco, the gunslinger Toysha, who gets up over Casey Dong by 6 frames to 3 in a very good final. Congratulations to Casey Dong, too. Outstanding performance from her, pushing Marco Toysha the whole way. But it is another tournament victory for the Dutch master. And final thoughts from Jimmy, the Professor Henry. Well, it's been a really, really good 2 days of 10-ball as part of this Predator New Zealand 10-ball tour. NZPA.
Yeah, excellent 2 days of pool, you know, and it was good to see Casey come through, a lot of new players, and the level of the pool much stronger. Well,
folks, if you're inspired by what you see, do check out the range of goods from Predator. Check out the Masse clubs too, and get onto the NZPA website. Look for clubs in your area, coaching, taking out some of the guesswork, and of course, just go out there, more importantly, and just enjoy your cue sports. On behalf of myself and Jimmy the Professor Henry, it's been an absolute privilege and a pleasure. Congratulations to Marco Toysha, running out winner of the Predator New Zealand Tour Auckland Open 10-ball championship.
Thank you.